Okay, hello, and welcome back to some more Allcreator Live. Uh, so, to get back to what I was doing before, I was going to go into the logic tutorial. After I finished the beginner tutorial, but unfortunately, I'm kinda, I don't know what happened to my power, but everything in the house went out. I guess maybe because I was running the microwave. I don't know. I can't really be sure. But I ate a bowl of corn, so I'm good, I guess. Now we're going back into the tutorials with logic tutorials. As I stated before, as the power cut out, I said, this is where it gets good. And as soon as I said that, that's when the power cut out, and I was like, oh, crap. This is when it gets good. Oh, really? Alright, then cutting your power off. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Alright. Wiring and logic tutorials. Definitely gonna have to learn this.
In this tutorial, you're going to learn all about the exciting world of logic.
2 plus 2 equals 11.
Pay no attention to Cuthbert. It's not as complicated as it sounds. I promise. Let's check out the scene. See the buttons on the platforms in front of our good friend Connie?
Yeah.
They activate the bridges that will take her to the next platform. At least that's what they're supposed to do. To get them working, you'll need to connect them to the gadgets that control them. You can't see gadgets when you're in play mode, but they let you do all sorts of useful things in edit mode. You can tell gadgets apart by their color and icons. Green gadgets are sensors and inputs. This one is what we call a trigger zone. It's one of the more versatile gadgets. It can trigger other gadgets when it detects something in the scene. Like in this case, Connie's standing on the button. Hi, Connie. If you select the gadget with X, you'll be able to see its detection zone. That's it, right there above the button. Press the circle button to deselect the trigger zone, and let's look at the next gadget. Red gadgets are movers and outputs, meaning they make things happen in the scene. This particular gadget is a rotator, and it's connected to the first bridge. Click R3 to start time, and let's see what it does. Well, not a lot right now by the looks of it. That's because the rotator is switched off. You can tell because the gadget is dim at the moment. But if we connect these two gadgets together, we can turn the rotator on using the trigger zone. In the next step, I'll show you how.
It's weird.
Before we start connecting things, make sure you can see both gadgets. You'll notice they have ports sticking out of their sides. Ports on the left are inputs, and the ones on the right are outputs. Hover over the output port on the trigger zone now. You'll see the word detected appear. That means that when the trigger zone detects something, this output will send a signal. Before it can send that signal to the rotator though, we'll need to connect them with a wire. So hover over the detected output and press R2 or X. You'll notice your imp is now tethered to the port by a wire. Power ports have appeared on the gadgets too. It's these ports that switch gadgets on or off. Okay, drag the wire over to the red rotator gadget. Now hover over the power port at the bottom, then press R2 or X. Once the gadgets are connected, the wire will disappear automatically. That way, your scene won't get cluttered. After all, you don't want wires all over the place. You can see the wire again by hovering over either gadget. Okay, time to test our connection out. So let's switch over to Play Mode in the Options menu.
I don't know, I didn't connect it to the button.
That's more like it. Now the trigger zone detects Connie when she stands on the button and activates the rotator on the bridge. As soon as she steps off, the rotator stops working. You can use the button to get the bridge lined up with the platform. Once Connie can make it to the second platform, you can head back to edit mode and move on to the next step.
How did I detect the trigger zone? Keep clicking on it and nothing happens. Maybe if I just hover over it. Look at the previous step.
In this tutorial, you're going to learn all about the exciting world of logic. Buttons on the platforms in front of our good friend Connie. They activate the bridges that will take her to the next platform. At least that's what they're supposed to do. To get them working, you'll need to connect them to the gadgets that... This one is what we call a trigger zone. It's one of the more versatile gadgets. It can trigger other gadgets when it detects something in the scene. Like in this case, Connie standing on the button. Hi, Connie. If you select the gadget with X, you'll be able to see its detection zone.
Oh.
That's it, right there
This
above
one.
the button.
Okay.
Press the circle button to deselect the trigger zone.
Okay. I get it now.
Before we start connecting things, make sure you...
Okay. Also, Sticks just left me a message. Yes, that's right. Sticks has the game too. So, gonna be seeing more good old Sticks. Maybe. I don't know. Where's the message at? Shit, I forgot how to navigate this thing. Damn it. Okay, we're back. Next step.
Now that we've connected the rotator, let's take a look at the second platform. See the white gadget on its side? This gadget isn't a sensor or an output. It's called a microchip.
Yep, microchips.
Microchips are used to organize logic in scenes. You can think of them as boxes of gadgets and wires. Let's have a look inside. Hover over this one with your imp. Hold L1 and press X.
Hold L1 and press X.
It's just like scoping into a group of objects. This window is the Microchips Canvas. And if these gadgets look familiar, It's because they're two rotators. Each one controls half of this jointed drawbridge. Try to connect the output from the trigger zone to the power ports on the rotators. You can create multiple wires from the same output. Or you can clone wires in the scene by holding L1, then grabbing them with R2. Clone the wire near the rotator to create a new wire from the trigger zone. Once you've connected the trigger zone to the second rotator, switch over to play mode and make sure it's all working. Okay, jumping on the button now will activate the trigger zone and raise the drawbridge so that you can cross over the... Oh, wait a minute. The bridge has dropped down before Connie could cross. That's because the signal to the rotator stopped sending as soon as Connie stepped off the trigger zone. Switch back to edit mode and rewind time with L3. In the next step, I'll show you how to make signals stay on. If we want the bridge to stay up, we'll need to add a gadget between the trigger zone and the rotator to keep it activated. We can do this with a counter. So let's go into the assembly menu. Press square to open it if it's closed. Select the Gadgets menu with X. You'll find the counter in the Logic and Processing section. The gadgets in this menu take an input signal and change it in some way before sending it on. Go ahead and select the counter. Its icon is a tally counter.
Oh.
Now you can see the gadget on your imp. Hover over the microchip and it will snap to the canvas. Press R2 or X to stamp the counter onto the microchip, then press circle to unequip it. The counter gadget counts up or down whenever it receives a signal through its inputs. By default, it starts its count at 0 and has a target of 1. Once it reaches that target, it sends a constant signal through its counter-full output port. Before we connect it though, let's tidy up the wires connecting the trigger zone to the rotators. Just hover over them and press triangle to delete them.
I kind of figured that.
Now press R2 or X over the detected output of the trigger zone to create a new wire. Connect it to the increase count input port on the counter. That's the port with the plus sign icon. Now when the trigger zone is activated, the counter will go up to 1.
I know you're all
And
probably
this is the
wondering
important
why
part,
my
it will stay at 1
cursor
even after the trigger
is
zone
kind of
deactivates.
shaking around or
Now
vibrating
hover over the
around.
counter-full
It's
output
because
port of the
this is
counter.
something that you might not
This
actually,
port sends a
here, let me
signal
pause
when the
this.
counter
This is something that you probably don't realize, because I don't really appear on camera anymore like I used to. But anytime that I'm playing any of the video games that you see me playing, my legs, they just go nuts, you know? I think I have restless leg syndrome. My legs have always got to constantly be moving, so my feet kind of like jump up and down. Uh, not my feet, my legs. My legs jump up and down. I kind of just like push the ball of my foot up. I always do this. So that's why my little guy is like shaking around like he is, because the motion sensing sensors in the controller can sense just the slightest bit of movement uh, in my legs. So sorry if that's a little weird to see.
reaches its target. Create a wire with R2 or X and connect it to one of the rotator's power ports. Then do the same for the other one. Time to switch to play mode and try out our new connections.
Wait, aren't you gonna tell me how to, okay.
When you're happy everything's working as it should, return to edit mode and move on to the next step.
1. Oh, I fell! Jumped a little too far there.
Just one more bridge for Connie to cross. As you can see, we have another microchip on the platform. So let's open it up. Hover over it with your imp, hold L1 and press X. Okay, looks like we have everything we need here. But Connie's an adventurer, so how about we make this last bridge more challenging? Adding a timer to the logic should get the adrenaline going. Once Connie activates the button, she'll only have a few seconds to cross before the bridge drops back down. Let's head back to the assembly menu. If it isn't already open, press square. Then go into the gadgets section. You'll find the timer in the same place as the counter, the logic and processing section. Its button has a clock face on it. Now go ahead and stamp the timer gadget onto the microchip with R2 or X. Then unequip it from your imp with the circle button. Now let's take a closer look at the timer's inputs and outputs. You can see their names by hovering over the ports. The first input is a start timer port. Once this receives a signal, it will start the clock. The second one is reset timer, which sets the time back to 0. Over on the output side, we have timer finished and timer output. Timer finished sends a signal when the timer reaches the required number. It's set to 5 seconds by default. Timer output is a little more sophisticated. The signal it sends represents the timer's current progress. If, let's say, it's only halfway to its target, the signal it sends will be half strength. So how do we connect this so the bridge only stays up for a few seconds? Well, we need the bridge to be raised while the timer is running. So create a wire on the timer output with R2 or X. Remember how we used the counter on the previous platform? We can use one here too. Just like before, connect the wire to the counter's increase count input. Then connect the counter full output to the rotator's power port. Time to see if it works. Click R3 to test it out. As you can see, since the timer isn't connected to a trigger yet, the clock starts ticking as soon as we play the scene.
Oh, I connected it already.
It goes up, but doesn't drop down when the timer finishes. That can only mean one thing. There's a problem with the logic. If you'd like to figure it out for yourself, feel free to check the gadgets and see what's wrong. Or move on to the next step and we'll go through it together.
Do it that way. Or... I mean, or you could just, you could do it this way. And then when you're not... Oh, wait, I don't know if they have a not... not gate. Oh, well. Let's go ahead and delete it, reset everything to where the tutorial makes sense.
So let's take a look at why the bridge stayed up after the timer finished, instead of going back down. Remember how we used the counter earlier to remember the signal from the trigger zone? Well, now it's remembering the signal from the timer, so we need to make it forget that once the timer finishes. Let's go over to the counter gadget. Hover over the inputs to see their names. This one here is reset count. It'll put the counter back to 0, which will turn off the rotator. So all we need to do is connect it to the timer, but to which output?
The pulse?
Aha! There we go. We can use the timer finished output.
Ah.
Hover over it and create a wire with R2 or X. Then stretch the wire over to the counter and connect it to the reset count input. But we also need to reset the timer, otherwise the logic will only work once. So let's get another wire from the timer finished output and connect this one to the reset timer input. You'll recognize it by the rewind symbol on it. All we have left to do is to connect the trigger zone to the start timer port so Connie can activate it. Okay, that was a lot of connections. So before we test it out, let's go over the logic we've made. First, Connie activates the trigger zone, which sends a signal to start the timer. Once the clock starts running, the timer output becomes active. This tells the counter to count up. That then turns on the rotator and raises the bridge. Now this is where the really clever stuff kicks in. After 5 seconds, the timer finishes its count, which activates the timer finished output. This in turn resets the counter to 0, cutting the signal to the rotators and lowering the bridge. And let's not forget, it also resets the timer, so the logic could be triggered again if Connie didn't cross the bridge the first time. Oh, isn't logic exhilarating? Take your time digesting all that. Logic is easier to read if you route your wires neatly. Grab wires with X to change their paths.
Oh. Oh,
You can
right.
also move the gadgets around by grabbing them with R2.
I've never had a problem with that.
Feel free to test it out in play mode, but don't leave the scene just yet. I have one more thing to show you.
Whoa, where'd the node go? Where'd the wire go? Oh, there it is.
So, on the third platform, we've set up a timer that makes the bridge drop after 5 seconds. But I think that might be too easy for a seasoned pro like Connie. Let's make it a little bit more challenging. First, if you're in play mode, switch back to edit mode and rewind time with L3. Let's move in closer to the microchip with the timer. You can use the grab cam, R1, to move your view.
Oh,
Now I'll show you
okay.
how to tweak a gadget's settings. Hover over the timer gadget, hold L1 and press square. This tweak menu contains the settings for the timer. Hover over the sliders and buttons to see their names. The top slider sets the target time for the timer. If we lower this setting, the bridge will stay up for a shorter time.
I gotta rewind.
Menu. Now I'll show you how to tweak a gadget's settings. Hover over the timer gadget, hold L1 and press square.
Ah,
This tweak menu contains the
L1.
settings for the timer. Hover over the sliders and buttons to see their names.
well, I know
The
them.
top slider sets the target time for the timer. If we lower this setting, the bridge will stay up for a shorter time. To adjust the value, hover your imp over the slider, then hold X. Use your imp to drag the slider left or right. Set it to around 3 seconds. It doesn't have to be exact. If you're a stickler for precision, you can adjust the slider incrementally using the up and down directional buttons. Just hover your imp over the slider and
Okay.
press up or down to tweak the value.
Thank you, because that was
In
driving me
fact,
nuts.
Why don't we make things really interesting for Connie? Let's set it to 2.5 seconds.
Oh,
You
poor
can close
Connie.
the tweak menu now by selecting the cross in the top corner with X. Or you could use a shortcut. Just hold L1, then press circle while hovering over the menu to close it quickly. The same shortcut works for closing microchips. Give it a try now. Hold L1, then hover your imp over the microchip and press circle. Time to test out the scene in play mode. If you have any problems crossing that last bridge, you can always tweak the timer again in edit mode. Remember, you just hover over the gadget, hold L1 and
Oh.
press
Ah,
square
not
to
again!
open its tweak menu.
Keep fucking doing that.
When you're all set, take Connie to the last platform and walk through the door to complete this tutorial.
Yeah. Ah! Yeah, I made it a little too difficult. Stuck it. First try. Alright, let's go. Whee! I'm a little cone. Time like to roam. I am Aku Aku. Alright, 2. Health, Destroyer, and Checkpoints tutorial.
In this tutorial, you'll use logic to make health go up and go down.
And burn in flames. Whoa!
Cuthbert.
Oh no, the boss.
Let's start by going into play mode.
Okay.
See if you can get Connie across that first gap. Oops. Sorry,
Crud
Connie.
muffins.
I forgot to fix that.
Curses.
Don't worry though, even after falling such a long way, Connie's just fine. There's only one problem. There's no way for her to get back up. What we need is for Connie to respawn on a platform if she falls. So that's going to be our next job. First, switch back to edit mode. Remember to rewind time with L3 as we always do after play mode. In order to make Connie respawn, we're going to use a health modifier gadget. We'll use it to make the floor around the platforms lethal. Health modifiers can damage or heal anything that has a health manager. And, as luck would have it, Connie has one built into her logic. Go to the assembly menu. Open it with the square button if it's closed. Select the gadgets menu, the one with the 3 connected squares. You'll find the health modifier in the movers and output section, which is represented by a box with an arrow. Now select the button that has a clockwork heart on it. Your imp will now be equipped with a health modifier gadget. Stamp it somewhere central, near the floor, using R2 or X. Then unequip the gadget with circle. Your scene now has a health modifier, but to make it work as intended, we'll have to tweak it first. We'll do that in the next step. Let's go ahead and open the Health Modifiers Tweak menu. Hover over it, hold L1 and press square. Here you can set the options for how the health modifier works. That includes how much health is modified, which is shown in the first slider. Right now, it's set to -100. This means it will take 100 health points away from anything it affects. Just enough to make Connie respawn. The modifier mode is set to per hit, so 100 health points will be taken away when anything touches it. But since we want the area around the platforms to be lethal, we need to set the modifier type to zone. Select the zone icon with X now, then go to the Zone Properties tab so we can change its size and shape. The icon is at the top of the menu and looks like a box in a zone. Look for the zone shape section of the menu, then select the cube. You can use the zone sliders to make the zone bigger. Be careful not to make it too tall. The respawn zone should be level with the pink lines around the platforms. If you need to, move the health modifier gadget nearer to the floor.
Okay.
When you hover over the edges of the zone, you'll see white arrow gizmos appear. Grabbing these with R2 will let you change the size of the zone. Using those, you can make sure the area around the platforms is covered. Now let's test it in play mode and see what happens.
Okay.
Perfect. If Connie falls off now, she'll just respawn back on the platform. Before we move on, maybe we should do something about this booby-trapped bridge.
That was
Switch
freaky.
back to edit mode and rewind time with L3. There. See what's causing it? It's that trigger zone. When Connie activates it, the bridge collapses and there's no way across.
Just delete it.
If you've finished the first logic tutorial, you'll know that the counter is being used to remember the trigger zone has been activated. If you follow the wires, you'll see there's one connected to each block. These red dots on the blocks are not gadgets. They show that a wire is connected to a setting in the block's tweak menu. Explore the logic for yourself. Or, if you want to move on and get Connie on her way, just delete the trigger zone by pressing triangle over it. That'll prevent any of the logic from activating. Then, once Connie can safely make it to the second platform, move on to the next step.
Whoops. Does that mean that it would just fall? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it means. Or not. That's what I thought. Okay. Okey-doke. Yeah.
Now's probably a good time to show you how to add checkpoints. When playable characters like Connie activate a checkpoint, the scene remembers their progress. So when they respawn, they'll appear at the last checkpoint instead of starting off at the beginning. Go to the Assembly menu, then the Gadgets menu. If the last section you used is still open, close it by pressing circle over it. Expand the Gameplay Gear section with X, then select the checkpoint. It's the one that looks like a location marker. There. Now your imp is equipped with a checkpoint gadget. The direction of a checkpoint determines which way a character will face when it respawns. So make sure the front of the gadget, the side with the black outline, is facing the direction you want Connie to face.
Oh, that's an interesting note.
Remove the gadget from your imp with the circle button, then open the Checkpoints Tweak menu. Checkpoints use a detection zone, just like health modifiers. So select the Zone Size tab from the menu. This is set to a sphere by default, but to make sure it can't be missed, let's change it to a cube. You can use the zone size sliders to make the checkpoint cover the width of the platform. Above the gadget, you'll see a white move gizmo. Grab it with R2 to put the activation zone where you want it. Just make sure Connie can't miss it. The white handle shows the direction Connie will face when she respawns. Check that it's pointing the right way. Grab it with R2 if you need to adjust it. Let's close that tweak menu with L1 and circle. Now try it out in play mode to see if the checkpoint remembers your progress. Sorry, Connie. We're gonna have to respawn you again. But it's all in the name of science, I promise.
That Connie took the
Great.
easy
There
way
she
out.
is, right
This
at the
one,
checkpoint again. When you're ready, go back
my
to edit
Connie's
mode, rewind
hardcore.
time, and move on to
Okay,
the
never
next
mind.
step.
That was taking too long. Ugh. Play.
This next bridge looks a bit too hot to walk on. But Connie's a tough explorer, and she's always ready for danger. So let's give it a go. Okay, that block's too big for Connie to jump over. Better get her back to safety before it's too late. Let's switch back to edit mode and see how the bridge is damaging Connie. Move closer to the bridge and keep an eye out for any gadgets attached to it. Ah, there's one. A clockwork heart icon, so it's another health modifier. It looks like, instead of using a zone, this one is attached to the bridge. So whenever Connie walks on it, she loses health. If only that block wasn't in the way, she could make it across. But what if the block itself could lose health? We could give it a health manager of its own and see how that works out. Go to the assembly menu, then open the gadgets menu. You may need to close the gameplay gear section if you opened it earlier. Then you can expand the movers and output section. Look for a heart icon, not the clockwork heart this time. Select it with X to give your imp a health manager gadget. Stamp one near the block with R2 or X, then press circle to unequip it from your imp. To make the health manager affect the block, we'll need to attach it. The easiest way to attach gadgets to objects is to use what we call surface snap. Grab the health manager with R2 and hold it over the block. All you have to do to activate surface snap is hold L1 while your imp holds the gadget. This makes it hug the surface of any object you hover over. Now release
that's
R2
great.
to attach the gadget to the block. You can also let go of L1 to stop using surface snap. In the next step, I'll show you how to tweak this health manager. Now that we've given the block health, let's take a closer look at it. Hover over the health manager, hold L1 and press square to open its tweak menu. The sliders here define the block's maximum and current health. Click R3 to play time, and you'll see the health starts to go down. That's because the bridge's health modifier is damaging it. But you'll notice it's going down much slower than Connie's health was when she was on the bridge. The reason for that is this health manager has a 1-second cooldown. So whenever the block takes damage, it's invulnerable for 1 second after that. Grab the cooldown slider with X and pull it to the left with your imp. So what happens when it reaches 0? Not a lot right now. But we can deal with that in the next step. For now, feel free to experiment with the health manager settings. Start time with R3 to see your changes, then rewind it with L3 to reset the health manager. Once you're done, you can move on to the next step.
Is him playing? Why is it not? There it goes. I guess it wasn't on correctly. hadn't happened.
An object doesn't automatically get destroyed when it runs out of health. So we need to do a bit more work before we can get rid of that block. Let's take a closer look at its health manager. If its tweak menu is still open, close that first with L1 and circle.
Okay.
See the output ports on its right edge. Hover over the one at the bottom, the one that has a heart with a cross over it. This is the no health output, which sends a signal when the health manager is depleted. It can be used to trigger any number of things, but right now, we're going to use it to destroy the block. Go to the assembly menu and take a look in the gadget section. It may still be open from earlier, when you selected the health manager. Look for a skull icon on a button in the movers and output section and select it with X. This is the destroyer gadget. It destroys whatever it's attached to. To attach it to the block, we can use surface snap. So hover the destroyer over the block, hold L1 to make it surface snap, and press R2 or X to stamp it.
Oh, shit!
Now you can unequip the destroyer gadget with circle. Okay, before we connect it up, let's just see if it works by clicking R3. Oh, it works all right. When time is running, the destroyer activates and destroys the block. Rewind time with L3 to bring it back. We don't want the destroyer to activate until the block's health is run.
Why is time... I can't pause time. What's going on? Okay. Well, that was weird. Okay, now I can do it. That's weird. I had to reset everything in order for that to... That was very odd. That was very weird. I kept hitting R3 and it wasn't unpausing. But when I hit L3 and reset everything, and then I hit R3, it was able to pause. That is very weird. Well, now I need to get another destroyer icon thing. Alright. Okay, now I guess I can hit play. But that was very weird. That was very, very odd that I couldn't pause. I was trying earlier and I was like, he said R3, right? And then when he said it again, I'm hitting it. I'm like, no, it's not doing anything. Weird.
Out. To do that, we'll need to connect the no health output port to the destroyer's power. So hover your imp over the health manager's no health output port and press R2 or X to create a wire. This will make power ports appear on the gadgets in the scene. Stretch the wire over to the destroyer and connect it to the power port with R2 or X. Great! Time to test it again with R3 and see what happens. When the block's health runs out, it will get destroyed, leaving the path clear for Connie. But how do we know how much health the block has left?
Open the tweak
We
menu.
can always look at its tweak menu,
Yeah.
but you can't see that in play mode. So click L3 to rewind time, and I'll show you how to display health in the next step.
Okay.
If the health manager's tweak menu isn't open already, open it now with L1 and square. When you hover over the menu sliders and buttons, you'll see ports popping out of the side. These
was wondering
work
about
just
those.
like the ones on the outside of the gadget, but there are a lot more of them. And you might also have noticed that there's another gadget stamped on the side of the block. That's a number displayer. If we connect a wire from the current health output to the number displayer's input port, we'll be able to see the block's health count down in play mode. So let's go ahead and do that. Hover over the current health slider's output port. Then press R2 or X to create a wire and stretch it to the number displayer. Once you've connected it to its input with R2 or X, you can switch over to play mode and test out the whole scene so far. Excellent.
Hey, look at him go.
Now we can see the block taking damage until it's destroyed.
That's right. You die, block. You and your goofy
Once you can
mustache.
get Connie to the next platform, switch back to edit mode and move on to the next step.
Bye bye, Mr. Blacko. You go bye bye now. And there he go. Wow, that was. He still had like. Alright, whatever. He still had like 5 hits left. I'm healing, I guess? I don't know what that is. I will not stand on it if I don't know what it is.
Well, Connie made it through, but she's a bit worse for wear.
Right.
The burn effect you see on her is triggered by the current health output from her health manager. It gives you a visual cue of her health. The more singed she gets, the less health she has. I'm not sure poor Connie has enough health left to make it across the last bridge. What she needs is a bit of healing. So let's create a healing zone where she can recharge.
Hooray!
This green pad looks like a good place to recover. We can turn it into a healing zone by placing a health modifier on it, using Surface Snap. You've used Surface Snap before, so this should be no problem. Go to the Assembly menu and select a health modifier from the Movers and Output menu. It's the one with the clockwork heart on it, remember? Now activate Surface Snap by holding L1. Then attach the health modifier to the green pad. Now you can unequip the gadget with the circle button and open the modifier's tweak menu. We need to change it so it heals Connie. The health modifier is set to -100 by default, which won't do Connie any good. She has 100 health to start with, so that will take it all away and make her respawn. Grab the slider with X, drag it right, and set it to +20. We want the healing zone to heal Connie while she's standing on it, so you also need to set the modifier mode to continuous. You can leave the modifier type as impact, since you've snapped the health modifier to the platform. And that's all there is to it. Close the tweak menu with L1 and circle, and give it a try in play mode. Alright, that should give Connie the health boost she needs to cross that final bridge. Oh, she's been through a lot today, so take her through the door to end this tutorial.
Ah. Alright, Connie, you ready? Ow, 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 ow. I'm here and I'm burned. Thank you for being my dumb friend. Okay. Now I go back. And that was logic. Logic tutorial. Complete tutorial. Alright, gameplay tutorial. Gadook. Let's try it out.
This tutorial is all about connectors. Something Cuthbert hasn't quite got the hang of. Connectors join objects together in a way that lets them move. We're going to use them to help Connie get to Cuthbert. First things first though, We need to be precise when using connectors.
Oh
So
no.
let's turn on the grid snap guide.
Yes, please!
That way, everything will line up properly. So, go to the assembly menu and open the guides section. Now select the grid icon with the X button. Now that grid snap is on, any objects you move and tools you use will snap in line with the grid in the scene. You can adjust how fine the grid is using the plus and minus icons on the button. But for this tutorial, it's best if you leave the grid size at 1. Now, let's see how we can make our way to Cuthbert. The best way to find out what needs to be connected is to play the scene and see for ourselves. But instead of switching over to play mode, we can start time in edit mode by clicking R3.
Oh, that didn't help.
Well, this is odd. The bridge has fallen down, but the second platform is still floating in place. Why is one object floating while the other is falling?
Well, one's dynamic
Click
and...
L3 to rewind time. Let's check the bridge's tweak menu. Remember, tweak menus allow us to see and change the settings for objects in edit mode. Hover your imp over the bridge, hold L1 and press the square button to open its tweak menu. Tweak menus differ depending on what sort of object you're tweaking. The bridge is a sculpture. Sculptures are pretty complex things, and their tweak menus have lots of pages. To switch pages, use your imp to select the different tabs at the top. Maybe we'll find something on the physical properties page to tell us why the bridge is falling down. Its icon is a Newton's cradle, like one of those desk ornaments where the metal balls bash into each other.
The clicky
Select
clacky.
it with X. This page contains the sculpture's physical properties and attributes. There are lots of buttons and sliders here, but the one we're interested in is the top one. Aha! I thought so. Someone's gone and switched on the movable option. Okay, I admit it. It was me.
Ha.
Well, it wouldn't be much of an adventure if Connie could just stroll across the bridge, would it? Making something movable means it becomes physical. That means that forces in the scene, like collisions, the imp, or in this case gravity, can move it. Luckily, we can stop the bridge from falling down by adding a connector to it, which is exactly what we'll do in the next step, once you're ready to move on. So, all we need to keep the bridge from falling is a piece of string.
Yeah,
Not just
string.
any piece of string though, it's what we in the dream shaping business call a string connector. We'll need to attach the other end to something unmovable, like the blue cylinder above the bridge. Start by moving your imp with the left and right sticks, until you can see the top of the bridge and the bottom of the blue cylinder. Make sure time is rewound. Click L3 if it isn't. Now open the assembly menu and select the 3 connected squares to open the gadgets menu. Look for the button with the joint icon, which will take you to the connectors sub-menu. You can move the menu with your imp by grabbing it with R2. Select the string button. Its icon is the 2 circles connected by a wavy line. You'll see that a string connector appears on the tip of your imp. Now let's get connecting. You should always make the first connection from the object that won't move. We call this the parent object. In this case, it's the blue cylinder, but it could be something else, like the frame of a door. See the yellow dot on the cylinder? I put that there to show the best place for a connection. So hover over it and press R2 or X to connect the string. The grid snap guide will help you line it up exactly with the yellow spot.
Ah, come on.
When you move your imp now, you'll notice it's tethered to the cylinder. It also has a blue gizmo on the end of it.
What the?
Now let's stretch that string down to the bridge, all the way to the blue dot.
Dang it.
The blue gizmo connects the string to the movable object, which we call the child object. Hover over the blue dot. See how the grid snaps it into line? Let's connect the string there with R2 or X.
Did that.
If your bridge isn't in line, just make sure that time is rewound. Now that the blue gizmo is connected, you can press the circle button to unequip the string connector from your imp. And there you have it. The cylinder and the bridge are connected. Click R3 to start time and check that it's working.
Ooh,
Well,
wibbly wobble.
it looks a bit wobbly, but it's nothing Connie can't handle.
Yeah.
Switch over to play mode and have a go.
Right, you can do this, bud. Woo.
When you can get Connie across the bridge to the second platform, return to edit mode and rewind time with L3.
Connie has dots on her arms. That's interesting. Rewind time with L3.
Time to get Connie over to the third platform. So, the small pink platform and the blue step aren't much use to her right now. But if we make the platform move backwards and forwards, she can hop onto it and cross over.
Ah,
To do that,
piston.
we'll need a connector called a piston. Go to the Assembly menu, then the Gadgets menu. You'll find the piston in the Connectors section. It's somewhere near the middle and looks like, well, a piston. Now that it's equipped on your imp, you can start connecting. First, press R2 or X to join it to the blue step, which is unmovable, so it's the parent object. I've put a yellow dot on it to show you the best place to connect it. Next, connect the blue end to the child object, which is the floating platform. See how grid snap keeps the connector perfectly straight? Hover over the blue dot, then press R2 or X. Remember, the child object is the part that needs to be able to move. So when you join a connector to its child, that object will automatically become movable. When you've placed the piston, press circle to unequip it. Click R3 to test the connector. That's more like it. The piston is now moving the platform back
very
and forth.
fast.
Rewind time with L3. Now Connie might not be too happy if we make her jump on that. So let's calm the piston down a bit. First, open the piston's tweak menu. Hover anywhere over it, hold L1 and press square. If the tweak menu blocks your view of the piston, you can grab it and move it with R2. This white gizmo shows the maximum length and speed of the piston. You can change the speed by adjusting the slider with the clock icon.
Half speed should be fine.
That's the cycles per minute. Grab the slider by holding X over it with your imp and reduce the value. The further to the left you move, the faster the number will change. It doesn't need to be exact. Somewhere around 15 should do it.
Okay.
But if you want to get a more precise number, you can adjust the slider with the up and down directional buttons instead.
That is what I will do by default, because
Notice how it's slowed down
easier.
now. Click R3 to see it moving the platform. When you're happy with the speed, close the tweak menu with the close button, or use L1 and circle. Then rewind time with L3. Time to switch over to play mode and test out the scene so far. Make sure the platform isn't moving too fast for Connie to jump on. You can always go back to edit mode and tweak the piston until you're happy with it.
I fucked that up.
Once Connie has made it all the way across, rewind time in edit mode and move on to the next step.
There we go.
Alright, there's just one more gap for Connie to cross. We have a plank and a step to attach it to. For the plank to drop down, we'll need it to pivot like a hinge, which means we'll need to use a bolt connector this time. Go into the connectors section in the assembly menu. Select the icon with the nut on it. That's the bolt connector.
This
now
is
you
obviously...
can connect it just like you did with the string and the piston.
Really?
And because I'm so nice, I've placed some yellow and blue dots and a sneaky new purple one so that you can see where to make the connections.
Huh.
They're quite close together this time, so move in closer for a good view. Remember, you can use the grab cam on the R1
Hello,
button
what
to
is...
zoom in close.
Huh.
As always, connect the parent object first, the yellow dot. Then you can connect the child object, the blue dot. The grid snap will keep the bolt in a straight line, so you don't have to worry about it.
How about the...
Once it's all connected, you can unequip the bolt connector using the circle
I
button.
see what I do.
You've probably noticed that there's a purple gizmo halfway along the bolt. That's the pivot which the bolt rotates around.
Huh.
Click
Bolts are
R3
very
to see
weird
how
in
it
this one.
works.
What
Well,
is
that's
the...
not right. It looks like we'll need to reposition the pivot to get the plank moving correctly. Click L3 to rewind time and reset the plank. Now go ahead and grab the purple gizmo with R2. Move it so it's by the purple dot. While you're grabbing the pivot gizmo with R2, press triangle to align it to the grid. Now grab it with L2 and use the sticks to rotate it so its axis goes through the bottom of the plank. The grid snap guide will help you line it up exactly. The child object, in this case the plank, will rotate around that axis. Once it's all lined up, switch over to play mode to test it out. If you've done it correctly, the plank should balance upright. Connie will need to push the plank down, unless, of course, the plank isn't long enough. Oh well, switch back to edit mode and rewind time.
Wait.
Upright. Once guide will help you line it up exactly. Align gizmo with R2. Move it so it's by the purple dot. While you're grabbing the pivot gizmo with R2, press triangle to align it to the grid. Now grab it with L2 and use the sticks to rotate it so its axis goes through the bottom of the plank. The grid snap guide will help you line it up exactly. The child object, in this case the plank, will rotate around that axis. Once it's all lined up, switch over to play mode to test it out.
Huh, that don't seem right.
If you've done it correctly, the plank should balance upright.
Okay.
Connie will need to push the plank down, unless, of course, the plank isn't long enough. Oh well, switch back to edit mode and rewind time. We'll sort out the plank in the next step. To make sure Connie can reach the last platform, we could always make the plank longer, but that's a completely different tutorial. Instead, let's try restricting the bolt's movement. We can do that by giving it an angle limit. First, you'll need to bring up the bolt's tweak menu. So hover over any part of the bolt, hold L1 and press square. You should see the Use Limits button about halfway down. Select it with X. And look at that. 3 handles have appeared. 2
Yarg.
pale yellow ones and a longer pale blue one. The yellow ones set the range of movement, which is represented by the transparent arc between them. We need to move one of these yellow handles so it's just a little bit left of vertical. It should look like an 11 o'clock position. Now move the other yellow handle to a 3 o'clock position. If your handle doesn't line up exactly, just press triangle while you're grabbing it. This will realign the handle to the grid. The blue handle represents the position of the child object, so you need to line it up with the plank in the 12 o'clock position. Press triangle to realign the handle to the grid if necessary.
This does
You
not
can
look
close
at
the
all.
tweak menu now and head into play mode to test the scene.
This does not look at all like the one that he's showing.
If everything's working correctly,
Okay. Alright, well. Go ahead and try it. Is that what's supposed to happen? Pretty strong.
Connie should be able to reach Cuthbert. And if you feel like experimenting, you can try out some other connector types. See what you can come up with.
I don't know what happened.
Then, when you're done editing the scene, go through the door in play mode to finish this tutorial.
Okay, something right around here is where I fucked up. I was supposed to grab it and... What? Why is that happening? What?
To make sure Connie can reach the last platform, we could always... To make sure Connie can reach the last platform... To make sure Connie can...
Shush. Previous. Here it is.
Alright, there's just... time to get Connie over to the 3rd platform. So, the small pink platform and the blue step aren't much... Alright, there's just one more gap for Connie to cross. We have a plank and a step to attach it to.
The hell did I do wrong
For the plank
here?
to drop down, we'll need it to pivot like a hinge. Which means we'll need to use a bolt connector this time. Go into the connector section in the assembly menu.
Maybe this was...
Select the icon with the nut on it. That's the bolt connector. Now you can connect it just like you did with the string and the piston. And because I'm so nice, I've placed some yellow and blue dots and a sneaky new purple. Move in closer for a good view. The grid snap will keep the bolt in a straight line so you don't have to worry about it. Once it's all connected, you can unequip the bolt connector using the circle button. You've probably noticed that there's a purple gizmo halfway along the bolt. That's the pivot which the bolt rotates around. Click R3 to see how it all works. Well, that's not right. It looks like we'll need to reposition the pivot to get the plank moving correctly. Click L3 to rewind time and reset the plank. Now go ahead and grab the purple gizmo with R2. Move it so it's by the purple dot. While you're grabbing the pivot gizmo with R2, press triangle to align it to the grid. Now grab it with L2 and use the sticks to rotate it so its axis goes through the bottom of the plank. The grid snap guide will help you line it up exactly. The child object, in this case the plank, will rotate around that axis. Once it's all lined up, switch over to play mode to test it out.
Like that.
If you've done it correctly, the plank should balance upright. Connie.
Okay. Maybe that's the way? I was bringing it into the middle because I thought that's what it showed. Alright, well. Okay. Well, thank you. Alright, I think that should be it. Whoosh! Just landed right on it. And it's not going anywhere. What the hell? Just like before, it's not going anywhere. My face, please.
You will need to push the plank down and to make.
Oh, not what I meant to do.
Then just transparent arc between them. We need to move one of these yellow handles so it's just a little bit left of vertical. It should look like an 11 o'clock position. Now move the other yellow handle to a 3 o'clock position. If your handle doesn't line up exactly, just press triangle while you're grabbing it. This will realign the handle to the grid. The blue handle represents the position of the child object, so you need to line it up with the plank in the 12 o'clock position. Press triangle to realign the handle to the grid if necessary. You can close the tweak menu now and head into play mode to test the scene. If everything's working correctly, Connie should be able to reach Cuthbert. And if you feel like experimenting, you can try out some other connector types. See what
That
you can
didn't
come
quite
up
work.
with.
Exactly like it
Then,
said,
when
but
you're done
whatever.
editing the scene,
Maybe I
go
grabbed the
through the door
wrong.
in play mode to finish this tutorial.
Maybe I grabbed the wrong yellow thing, because I don't know. Come on, where are you? You are. That's a good move. Thank you. Maybe I did grab the wrong yellow. And this one up? Right, that has to be it, right? Woof. Goodness. Alright, well, that didn't help. Oh my. What? Okay. Seems very odd. Oh well. Blah blah blah. I'll say it again, the bolts in this game are very odd. Animation tutorial.
It looks like Cuthbert is in a spot of bother. Connie needs our help to get across these platforms so she can rescue Cuthbert. So how about we add a little handmade animation to get her there? You don't need to go into play mode to see that Connie won't be able to make this jump. So let's animate that floating ledge down to her using an action recorder. Action recorders are super easy to use. Just stamp one in your scene and it will record anything you move with the imp. And we mean anything. It'll even record you moving or tweaking gadgets. We'd better get going. Connie's getting really impatient. You know what cones are like. Go to the assembly menu. Press a square button if it's not already open. Then head to the Animate menu. The Animate icon is a clapperboard. That thing they use in movies before the director says, action. Now you get to be the director, and you can use these tools and gadgets to animate objects. Select the action recorder, the icon with a film strip and a plus sign on it. You'll now have an action recorder gadget on your imp. Stamp it down, somewhere near the floating ledge. A progress bar will appear at the top of the screen. along with a record button on the right. Also, your imp will
What the
turn
hell
red.
is that?
This means you're ready to start recording. Don't worry, recording won't start until you begin moving or changing things. When you're ready, grab the floating ledge with R2. Move it slowly towards Connie using the motion sensor function or the sticks. You'll notice that the bar starts to fill, recording your every move. Don't worry, it's not a time limit. The bar fills up as a visual indicator of something being recorded, so take your time. When you let go of R2, the recording will pause. If you move your view or use the grab cam, that won't be recorded. But if you've started time with R3, recording will continue when you let go of R2. That's why it's important to rewind or pause time before recording anything. That way, your action recorder only contains what you put into it. When you've finished recording, select the Stop Recording button in the context menu. Or you can use the shortcut, L1 and circle button to exit the action recorder. Your imp will go back to normal to show that recording has stopped. Click R3 to play back your animation. Handmade animations are always a bit wobbly, but practice makes perfect. Calibrating your imp can help when using the motion sensor function. Just hold your controller in a comfortable position, then hold the Options button for a few seconds. In the next step, I'll show you how to edit a recorded animation. Anything you record is stored in the Action Recorder gadget. If you hover over the floating ledge, the Action Recorder will pulse. Select the Action Recorder with X, and dashed lines will appear on the objects animated with it. It'll also show the animation path. That's this dashed line. If you're not happy with your animation, redoing it is easy. First, rewind time with L3. Then hover over the Action Recorder gadget, hold L1 and press X. Now we can start recording again. Select the Retake button in the context menu to replace the old animation. Now you can record a new one. Move the platform so it stops in front of Connie. You can undo actions you perform using the left directional button, but it won't undo any time that has passed. So it's better to use the Retake button to undo animations. Move the floating ledge from the upper platform down to Connie. Don't worry if the animation's too slow or too fast. We can fix that later. Make sure you press the Stop Recording button when you're done. Spend a little time practicing with the action recorder. In the next step, I'll show you how to tweak your animation. Another way to edit animations is to tweak them. Hold L1 and press the square button over the action recorder gadget to open its tweak menu. Here you can see all the tweaks for the action recorder. By default, the playback mode is set to loop, so it plays the animation over and over again. But you can set them to play once, sustain, or to ping pong. Once will play the whole animation just one time. Sustain will play the animation for as long as the action recorder has power. If it loses power, it will stop. Then it will continue from that point when it's powered again. Ping pong plays the animation forward once, and then plays it in reverse. Then forward, then backwards, and so on. That sounds like a good option for our floating ledge. Select ping pong with X. Click R3 to start time and play the animation. You can also change the animation speed to make it slower or faster. Grab the slider with X and use your imp to change the speed. If you want to explore more of the action recorder tweaks, you can. If you hover over any button for a few seconds, a more info tip will explain what that tweak does. To close the tweak menu, just hold L1 and press the circle button anywhere over it. And of course, you can undo any changes you make by pressing the left directional button. Switch to play mode to test your changes. When you're ready, come back to edit mode and start the next step.
Please don't kill me, please don't kill me, please don't kill me.
Now that Connie's made it up to the higher platform, how will she get back down to the next one? First, rewind time with L3. You probably already know about cloning objects, but do you know that you can clone their animations along with them? I'm sure you remember how to clone.
Excuse me?
But if not, just hold L1 and grab the ledge you animated with R2. Once you've made the clone, release L1, then move the ledge to the other side and release R2 to place it. Not only did you clone the ledge, but you also cloned its animation. Click R3 to start time. Now we just need to flip it so that it moves in the correct direction.
Yeah.
First, make sure you rewind time. Grab the platform with R2. Then click L3 to flip it horizontally.
Oops, that's vertically.
Depending on where you grabbed it, you might have to move it closer to the other platform after flipping. You may also need to realign it with triangle before releasing R2 to put it back down. Now click R3 to start time, and the platforms should move in opposite directions.
Yeah.
Both animations are stored in the same action recorder. So if you retake or delete the action recorder, it will affect both animations. Now go into play mode and see if Connie can make it across both gaps. Switch back to edit mode when you're ready to move on.
No. I jumped too early. I am a cone. I like to stand. I have black legs and very tiny hands. Ah. My wibbly wobbly arms are useless in my head. But if you look at them another way, they're probably okay.
Now let's get Connie to Cuthbert and get them through the door, before Cuthbert has a total meltdown. I've placed a shiny helper cube, let's call it Cuthbot, that holds up the next platform, but it's not very animated at the moment. To get it to walk back and forth towards the exit, we need to use Record Possession. It allows you to possess puppets and record a performance with them. Open the Assembly menu, then go to the Animate menu. Select Record Possession. It's the button with the sock puppet icon. Your imp can now possess the puppets in the scene. In the Context menu, you'll see the Count-In button. When this is selected, you'll get a 3-second count-in before recording starts. Press R2 over the Cuthbot to possess the puppet and start the countdown. When the count reaches 0, the possession recorder begins recording. Unlike the action recorder, it records constantly. So time will be recorded even when the cube isn't moving. Walk the cuffbot around the obstacles to the final platform.
Okay.
Pause for a moment, turn around, then walk back to where the cuffbot started. Starting and ending at the same place will help to make the animation loop smoothly. Press the circle button to depossess.
Okay.
You'll notice that the recording pauses when you depossess. Select Stop Recording in the context menu to exit the possession recorder. Once you've stopped recording, click L3 to rewind time, then R3 to start time, and watch what you've recorded. In the last step, I'll show you how to edit the recorded possession. You may have noticed a possession recorder gadget has appeared next to the cuffbot. When you're using record possession, this gadget appears the moment you press the stop recording button. Select it with X to view the animation path. The possession recorder gadget also lets you edit and tweak the animation. Hold L1 and press X over the possession recorder to scope in and edit it. Just like the action recorder, you can choose to retake the animation by selecting the button in the context menu. To stop editing the possession recorder, select Stop Recording in the context menu. Or hold L1 and press the circle button to quickly scope out. You can also tweak the possession recorder with L1 and the square button. It has exactly the same options as the action recorder. Experiment with the recorder and the different tweak options. Remember, you can see more info about the tweak settings by hovering over them for a few seconds. Close the tweak menu by pressing L1 and the circle button anywhere over it. Once you're done editing, switch over to play mode to test out the completed scene. Then Connie can navigate to the last platform and help Cuthbert through the door to complete the tutorial.
Fuck. Stop it. Done. Intermediate. Oh, keyframe and timeless tutorial. Or timelines. What am I thinking?
You might be able to animate wobbly platforms with the action recorder, but keyframes are where animation gets serious. Nice try, Cuthbert, but leave the dream shaping to the experts. We're going to use keyframes to animate the platforms so Connie can reach the exit. A keyframe records any changes you make to an object, such as its position, tweak menu settings, or anything else you can think of. Then it stores those changes in a gadget that you can switch on and off. Okay, let's use keyframes to help Connie get across those platforms. First, go to the assembly menu. If it's closed, press the square button to open it. Look for the Animate button, which has a clapperboard icon, and click on that. Start by selecting the keyframe gadget, which is the one with the diamond and the plus sign. Then stamp it in the scene above the first gap. You'll notice there's now a stop recording button in the context menu, and your imp now looks like a red keyframe. That means the keyframe gadget is recording any changes you make in the scene. But unlike the action recorder, It only records the state of things, not a period of time. It's probably easier to understand if we put it into practice. Let's try it on the block that's on the ground in front of Connie. Grab it with R2 and place it between the first two platforms. You'll see some dashed lines appear on the block. These tell you that the keyframe has recorded the change you've made to the object. You can move it as many times as you like. It'll only store the final result. If that's not the outcome you wanted, you can always undo your last change with the left directional button. The next bit is super important. To finish and store your changes in the keyframe, you need to select the Stop Recording button in the context menu. Select it now and see what happens. That's right. The block has snapped back to its original position. That's because the keyframe isn't active right now. But we can still see what's recorded by selecting the gadget with X. There, the block is back to where you moved it. You'll notice the keyframe doesn't record how things moved, just where they moved to. Make sure you deselect the keyframe before moving on. You can do that by pressing the circle button. In the next step, I'll show you how to use your keyframe in the scene. Now that you've recorded a keyframe, let's look at how to activate it. See the trigger zone above the first platform? Select it with X to check its area of effect. Okay, it looks like the zone stretches across the whole gap. Deselect it with the circle button. Then use the sticks or the grab cam to move in closer to the gadget. You'll notice an output port on its side, labeled Detected. This sends a signal when it detects a possessed puppet like Connie. We need to connect this to the keyframe, so select the port with R2 or X to create a wire. Then stretch it to the keyframe gadget with your imp and use R2 or X to connect the wire to the power port. Now the trigger zone signal will switch on the keyframe when it detects Connie. Try it out in play mode. Just press the options button and select the controller icon.
Hello there.
See? As soon as Connie enters the trigger zone area, the block springs into place. Well, it works okay, but the animation's a bit fast, don't you think? We can do something about that after you take Connie across. Head back into edit mode, rewind time with L3, and I'll show you how to add smoothing to the keyframe in the next step. Okay then, we've made a simple keyframe animation. Now it's time to smooth it out and make it look better. Like almost everything in Dreams, keyframes can be tweaked. So open this one's tweak menu, hold L1, then press the square button over it. You'll see two sliders at the bottom, slow power up and slow power down. These determine how long it takes for the keyframe to turn on fully. Hover over the slow power up slider now and hold X. Then move your imp to the right to increase the value. Let's set it to 1 second for now. You can set slow power down to any value you like. Then close the tweak menu by selecting the cross icon in the corner. Or you can hold L1 over the menu, then press the circle button. Let's see what that looks like in play mode. Ah yes, that looks a lot smoother. If you're happy with the new animation, switch back to edit mode. Rewind time with L3 and move on to the next step. It looks like the bridge across the next gap has collapsed. We could just move it back into place. But where's the fun in that?
Yeah, fuck
Let's
that.
perform a little bit of magic instead. Go to the Assembly menu and select another keyframe from the Animate menu. Stamp it above the gap with R2 or X. Now see if you can reassemble the bridge. Grab the first part and move it back where it should be. One of the great things about keyframes is that they can affect multiple objects. So you can put the other half of the bridge back too. Then select Stop Recording from the Context menu to store your changes. Once recording stops, the bridge will go back to its original position. So, select the keyframe with X if you want to see those changes again. I could have done a better job at positioning the bridge. Nothing to worry about though, because editing a keyframe is easy. Just select the Edit Keyframe button in the Context menu. It's got the same icon as a keyframe gadget. This allows you to make changes to the keyframe. You can remove things from a keyframe by pressing the triangle button over them. And now the bridges are back on the ground. Let's put them back into place, but this time, make sure they're a bit straighter.
No. Why?
Remember,
I already did
when
my
you're
job.
grabbing
You
things,
didn't.
You can realign them by pressing the triangle button. There we go. Much better. You can select Stop Recording again to finish editing this keyframe. Then move on to the next step when your bridge is in place.
Kind of have a feeling I know where this is going. But let's see what they want me to do anyway.
The bridge's new position is already stored in the keyframe, so all we need now is a way to activate it. That's where this trigger zone will come in handy. Let's select it to see what zone it covers. It's not in the gap this time. It's over this button. First, create a wire from the trigger zone's output using R2 or X. Then stretch it over to the keyframe and connect it to its power port. When Connie steps on the button now, the keyframe will be switched on. But what happens when she leaves the trigger zone? Let's test it in play mode to find out. Just as I thought. When Connie moves away, the keyframe switches off. Let's head back to edit mode and see what we can do about that. Of course, we could just move the trigger zone into the gap, but this is an animation tutorial. So let's see if we can use the keyframe's tweak menu to fix the problem. Open it now with the L1 and square button shortcut and have a look at the options there. Hovering over the buttons will bring up their names. The one we're interested in is called Keep Changes. With this option turned on, any changes made by the animation will be permanent. So once Connie activates the keyframe, the bridge will stay in its new position until you rewind the scene. Since we're already in the tweak menu, let's add some smoothing to that animation. I think I'll set it to 2 seconds this time. Okay, time to close the tweak menu with L1 and the circle button. Then try out these changes in play mode. How's that for a magic trick? You can switch back to edit mode, rewind time, and experiment with the keyframe to see what else you can do. Maybe you could try keyframing a tweak menu setting, or animating some elements from the tutorial collection. When you're done, move on to the next step, and I'll show you how to use keyframes on a timeline. Keyframes are great for making simple animations. But if you want to make something more complex, you need a timeline. See that little block floating between the last two platforms? Let's use keyframes on a timeline to animate it. Start by selecting a timeline from the Animate menu. Stamp it down somewhere around the last gap. Then you can use the circle button to unequip the gadget. Now open the timeline, hold L1 over it and press X. This is the timeline canvas. You can move the canvas with your imp by grabbing it with R2. The numbers along the top are seconds, and you can see it set to 8 seconds by default. If you grab the edges with X, you can extend or shorten the canvas. Try setting it to around 6 seconds. If you ever need extra space to add more things, you can also extend the bottom of the timeline. Once you're comfortable with moving and resizing the timeline canvas, move on to the next step and we'll start adding things to it.
Okay.
Now, it's time to animate the floating block. Get a new keyframe from the Animate menu and stamp it in the scene.
Oh, okay.
Now grab and move the block to its starting position at the edge of the platform where Cuthbert's waiting. Once the block's in place, remember to press the stop.
Oh.
Now grab and move the block to its starting position.
Okay.
At the edge of the platform where Cuthbert's waiting. Once the block's in place, remember to press the stop recording button in the context menu. Now, grab the keyframe gadget and move it over the timeline. The gadget will snap to it. Place it at the very start of the timeline. Then get another keyframe from the Animate menu. We'll use this one to record the block's second position. This time, stamp the keyframe directly onto the timeline.
Oh,
Around
okay.
the 2-second mark is good, on the same row as the first keyframe. Move the floating block to the opposite side of the gap. Now stop recording. Hover over the timeline canvas and play controls will appear. Using these controls, you can preview just the timeline without playing the rest of the scene. Select the play button to preview your animation. As you can see, gadgets are only active when the timeline's playhead is over them. So, when neither of the keyframes are switched on, the block goes right back to its original position. Now we need to edit the animation so the first keyframe blends into the second. To do that, open the first keyframe's tweak menu with L1 and the square button. Now that the keyframe is on a timeline, the buttons that were grayed out before are available. These are blend types, and they change how one keyframe merges into the next. Select the linear button, which will blend to the next keyframe at a constant speed. If you press the timeline's play button now, you'll see the platform moves smoothly between the keyframed positions. Feel free to try out other blend types and see how they affect the animation. Then move on to the next step when you're ready. We've got the platform moving smoothly now, but we can still improve how it works. Let's begin by making it pause for a moment at the start and finish, so Connie has an easier time getting on. All we have to do is scale the keyframes on the timeline, so they last longer. You might want to get up close to the first keyframe before we start. Now, with your imp over the keyframe, hold the up directional button to extend it. Then do the same with the second keyframe. Now that the keyframes are longer, the blend has become quicker. You can see it for yourself by selecting the play button under the timeline. If you want to scale a keyframe more precisely, you can do that with its trim handles. Trim handles are the dotted lines at the beginning and end of keyframes. Grab them now with R2 to give it a try. We should get the platform back to where it started now, but instead of adding a new keyframe, we're going to clone the first one. You remember how to clone things, right? Just hold L1 and grab the first keyframe with R2. Now drag it past the second keyframe and place it by releasing R2. Now we just need to add the blending between the last two keyframes. Only this time, we'll use a shortcut instead of the tweak menu. Just hover over the space between those keyframes, then hold L1 and press X. There you go, one linear blend added.
Okay, cool.
You can even cycle through different blend types by keeping L1 held and pressing X again. I love shortcuts, because I'm lazy. Use the play controls on the timeline to preview the animation. Move on to the final step when you're ready to continue.
Alright. I'll probably do it. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, that don't seem to work. That seems to work better.
Now, because there's some space at the end of the timeline where none of the keyframes
Oh crap,
are
they're
active,
about to tell me
the
that.
platform just snaps right back to its original position.
Whoops. I wasn't paying attention to the video. I was like, huh,
There's
maybe
a
I
few
just
ways
missed
we
a
could
step.
fix this. For example, we could shorten the timeline so there's no gap at the end.
I did that.
We could also lengthen the keyframe animation so it fills up the whole timeline.
That seemed like a waste of time.
Or we could turn on Keep Changes in the last keyframe's tweak menu.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
The last step is tweaking the timeline itself. So, hold L1 anywhere over it, then press the square button to see all of its properties.
Loop.
The playback speed makes it go faster or slower. But what we're interested in right now is the playback mode. When it's set to once, the whole timeline will play, even if it was only powered for a split second. When it's set to sustain, it will only play when it has constant power. It will stop when it loses power, then resume from that point if it's turned on again. And if it's set to loop, it will repeat over and over as long as it has power. That sounds like the best option for this timeline, so select that one. Okay, it looks like we're good to go. You can close the timeline now by selecting the cross icon in the top right corner. Or you can hold L1 over the timeline itself, then press the circle button. Click L3 to rewind time and test out your changes in play mode. Once you're happy with everything, exit through the door to complete this tutorial.
Saving tutorial progress. Continue. Continue again. Frames and timelines done. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more tutorials. Audio tutorials. Now this is something that I'm definitely going to have to pay attention to and really learn, because I know a lot of people say that the tutorials for creating your own music in Little Big Planet 2 and 3 wasn't that in-depth. And I mean, I gotta honestly attest to it. It honestly wasn't. I couldn't understand it whatsoever. I never learned really how to make my own music in Little Big Planet 2 and 3. And the tutorials, they weren't helping whatsoever. So I'm interested to see how in-depth they go with the audio tutorials in Dreams, because I am looking forward to making my own music. It's just, you know, I just need to be able to learn better. Okay, so there are only 2 steps here, which is a little upsetting. But it looks like they only cover doing sound design in general, and then we got music, but I'm guessing they're only going to focus on the basics of music and sound effects, where you just pretty much plop down stuff that's already made. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know how in-depth they're gonna go. Shouldn't say anything, honestly.
When things don't sound the way they should, it can ruin the experience of playing.
Right.
Don't worry, Cuthbert. The Dreamiverse contains heaps of ready-made sounds for us to use.
Oh man. Well, I don't mind ready-made
First,
sounds. I just
let's
want to
switch
learn
over
how to
play
use.
mode and see how it all sounds at the moment. Quiet, isn't it? Doesn't feel quite right. In fact, it's creeping me out. So let's head back into edit mode. Switch over to sound mode so we
When
can
it comes to
start
music, I
adding some
really want to
sounds.
learn how to use a
Find the modes
synthesizer
menu.
for a
It's
change,
inside
which
the
I
assembly
haven't the
menu.
slightest clue still how to do.
As you can see, there are lots of different modes. Each has its own set of tools for doing different things. We're currently in assembly mode. If you select the speaker symbol icon with X, we'll switch to sound mode.
Ooh.
That's better. In the next step, we'll start adding sounds to the scene.
Next step.
Okay, the first thing we need to do is to start adding some background sounds. See the button with the magnifying glass in the sound menu? That's the search menu. Select it now to view the different types of sounds you can add. Now select the speaker button to search for sound effects.
Farts. All farts.
This is the Dreamiverse, where you can find all the wonderful stuff other dreamers have made.
I can't wait to see all of the
I've
fart
already
sounds
set
they
aside
make.
a collection of sound effects for you in here. That's what this collection is.
Okay.
It's bursting with different sound effects for you to play with. Select it with X to open it. I've arranged the sound effects into groups for you. To get a proper overview, use the right stick to zoom in and out of the collection. This group of sound effects are background sounds. You can hear a preview of each sound by hovering over them with your imp. Find something that fits the dreamy atmosphere of the scene. I rather like dream space. When you've found a sound you like, select it with X. The sound you selected now appears as a gadget on your imp. You can stamp it into your scene with R2, any place you like. It doesn't matter where you put it, because background sounds can be heard everywhere in a scene. Now let's start time with R3 and see how it all sounds. Ah, that's better. Notice how much more alive the scene feels with just that one sound. Imagine how it will feel with even more sound effects. But there's no need to imagine it. You can start adding more now to create a layered and unique ambience. If you want to replace a sound effect, just stamp a different one over it. When you've got things sounding just how you want them, rewind time with L3 and move on to the next step.
Okay. Cute.
Background sounds really help to create an immersive atmosphere. But to add sound to a specific object in the scene, you need to use what we call a spot sound. Let's try it out on the fire between the platforms. I'm sure we can find some fire sound effects in the collection. Let's take a look. Select Search Sound Effects from the Sound menu. As we open the tutorial collection in the last step, it's still open when we come back to the Dreamiverse. Isn't that handy? Ah, just what we need, some fire sound effects. Have a listen to some of the fire sounds and pick one you like. Once you've selected it, your imp will be equipped with a spot sound effect. See those rings coming off the gadget? That's the sound's fade zone. The rings show you how the sound fades away as you move further from the source. Let's stamp that sound between the first two platforms. Put it above the fire and see what that sounds like. If you want to see the sound's fade zone, select the gadget with X. Click R3 to listen to the sound effect. You'll notice the sound gets louder the closer you get to it. Aha! You can almost feel that fire. toasty. As you move away, out of the fade zone, it gets quieter, until eventually you can't hear it at all. You can press the circle button now to deselect the sound effect. Then click L3 to rewind the scene. If you're happy with your spot sound, move on
Clap
to
your
the
hands.
next step.
Sorry, dad joke.
Things haven't been that tricky for Connie so far, but the next gap looks a bit too big, even with her mighty jumping skills. Let's fly over to that floating platform using the left and right sticks and get a closer look at it. Looks like there's a trigger zone attached to it. Why don't we switch over to play mode and see what it does?
Okay, you're the boss.
Well, will you look at that? It lights up the platform when Connie steps on it.
I'm
Lovely.
glowing.
You know what would make it even better though? If it made a sound as well.
Like,
So let's switch back to edit mode and make that happen. I've got a feeling you can find something in the tutorial collection to use here. Go to the assembly menu and go back into sound mode. Now go to search and select search sound effects. Over here are some energy sound effects. Have a listen to a few. Pick a sound effect for your light up platform. I quite like the sound of Dream Terminal. See which one you like and select it with X. Now it's time to stamp it in the scene somewhere near the platform. In the next step, I'll show you how to trigger the sound effect.
Whoa, not what I meant to do. Go, 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 go. There we go. There we go. What the flap? There we go. I was hitting R1. I was hitting I was hitting X instead of R2. Silly me. I fucked up. That's right, I didn't connect it to the thing yet. I didn't watch that.
As we've already seen, background and spot sounds will play constantly when placed in the scene like this.
Yeah.
But for the platform, we want the sound to be triggered by Connie.
Hey, where's the...
And for that to happen, we need to connect the sound effect to the same trigger zone that activates the glow. Move in closer to the platform using the left and right sticks. Take a good look at the trigger zone gadget. Do you see the output port that says detected when you hover over it? That means it will trigger when it detects a possessed puppet like Connie. So all we need to do to make the sound effect activate when Connie's on the platform is connect the output to the sound effect. Let's do that now. When you select the detected port with R2 or X, you'll see your imp becomes tethered to the port by a wire. Gadgets communicate with each other using wires like this. You'll also notice that a power port has appeared on the bottom of the sound effect gadget. To connect the two gadgets, just hover over that power port and press R2 or X. Time to head into play mode to see how it sounds. When you're ready, switch back to edit mode and start the next step.
Woo! Nice.
Oh, I just realized something. We got so caught up with these sound effects, we forgot to add another platform for Connie. She must be getting impatient. Sort that out for her. The
Impossible.
easiest thing to do would be to clone the platform. Remember how to do that?
Yes.
Just hover over it, hold L1, and press and hold R2. Once the clone has been created, let go of L1, move it to the right spot, then release R2 to place it down. When you clone an object, any gadgets attached to it will come along for the ride.
Yep.
So all you need to do now is to wire the trigger zone on the second platform to the sound effect. Or even better, grab a new sound effect from the collection, just for variety. It's up to you. Dream Shapers should always go with their instincts. Whatever you choose to do, move on to the next step when you're ready.
I did the right thing. I put it on the object itself.
Alright, there's just one more gap for Connie to cross
I didn't
before
have
she
to
reaches
connect
the
anything.
door. That pink cylinder would make a great stepping stone for her, but it's all the way down in the water.
Dang water.
If you take a closer look at it, you'll see there's a trigger zone and a movement sensor on it. They're not connected to anything right now. There's also a keyframe on the platform. I wonder what that does. Try selecting it with X to find out.
Hello.
Just as I thought. It raises the cylinder, so Connie can use it to cross over. Press the circle button to deselect the keyframe. Looks like all we need to do is connect the cylinder's trigger zone to the keyframe, so it moves up when she gets close. And while we're doing that, why not add a sound effect to it as well? Let's jump back into the sound effects collection and see if there's anything appropriate in there. Down here we've got some mechanical sound effect loops. These are the perfect sound effects for any sort of machinery in a scene. We want something that would go well with a raising platform. I think I'll go for the heavy metal ratchet loop. That sounds good, right? Okay, now select the sound effect of your choice and stamp it near the pink cylinder with R2 or X.
If you're doing it like I did it, you're
In the
going to
next
want to
step,
hit
I'll show
R2.
you how to connect all of the gadgets.
I mean... yeah, watch it.
Now we just need to do a little bit of wiring to get everything working. Remember, the trigger zone will activate when it detects Connie, triggering the keyframe to raise the platform. Grab the detected output from the trigger zone with R2 or X. Then stretch the wire to the keyframe gadget and connect it to its power port with R2 or X. Now let's get the sound effect working. This will be triggered by the movement sensor. The movement sensor detects when the object it's attached to is moving. So when the platform starts rising, the movement sensor will send a signal from its output port. That's the output port on the right side of the movement sensor gadget. It's called velocity overall. Press R2 or X over the port to create a wire. You'll need to connect the other end of the wire to the sound effects power port. Once that's done, switch over to play mode to test everything out.
Oh, I landed
So
in the
much
water.
better. That sound effect really makes a big difference. There's even more you can do to bring this scene to life. See if you can add some sound to the water between the platforms. I think there might be some water sounds in the tutorial collection. Experiment with the different effects as much as you like and see what you can come up with. When you're done, just take Connie through the door in play mode to finish this tutorial.
Look at the poor guy. My life is ending. Ah! I'm not dead. Oh, you know why? Because water's not going to kill me unless it's over my head. True. Okay. Bye-bye. Alright, so that was sound. Pretty easy to figure out. Now we get on to music, which is what I am mostly interested in.
This tutorial is all about making music. Music can make your creations come alive, adding emotion and atmosphere. In Dreams, you can compose whole tracks from scratch and even make your own instruments. But you don't need to be a maestro to start making your own music. I'll show you how to create an arrangement using ready-made music clips. So let's begin. To start making music, we need to switch over to sound mode. Right now, you're in assembly mode. If you're ever unsure of what mode you're in, just hover over the icon in the top left corner to see your current mode and tool. Go to the assembly menu and open the modes menu with X. The modes menu is where you access all the different creation modes. Each mode has its own set of tools and options. The button for sound mode has a speaker symbol on it. Select it with X. Now you have a new menu at the top of the screen. This is the sound menu. It contains everything you need to make your own music. In the scene, you'll see a timeline gadget. In the next step, I'll show you how to edit it. Music in Dreams is arranged in timelines. This timeline contains a version of the music you heard at the start of this tutorial. To see what's inside it, we need to open its canvas. Hover your imp over the timeline, hold L1 and press X to open it. It's
Ah!
just like scoping into a group. This is the timeline canvas. The canvas exists within scene space, so if you pull down on the left stick, you'll back away from it. Hold the L1 button and use the left stick to move up and down the timeline. This is the best way to navigate around timelines, especially when they're big. This piece of music is called Connie's theme. To listen to it, just start time by clicking R3. See how the piece is composed of many music clips. The clips power on and off as the playhead passes over them. Click R3 again to pause time. Each music clip is a collection of notes made by an instrument. You can grab them and move them around with your imp. If you want to delete a music clip, hover over it and press the triangle button. Clips can also be cloned by holding L1 when you grab them. You can extend the timeline by hovering over one of its edges and holding X. The edge glows and an arrow icon appears. You can also extend the bottom if you need space for more clips. Once you've finished listening to the piece, click L3 to rewind time. You can find all sorts of different music by searching the Dreamiverse. To add music to one of your scenes, you could simply stamp a ready-made timeline, like this one. But in this tutorial, you'll learn how to assemble your own track from ready-made music clips.
Aww.
Move on to the next step and we'll get started. So, let's start making music. It's actually a lot easier than you might think.
Especially if you're using
Close the
ready-made
timeline by
stuff.
selecting the cross button in the top right corner. Or hover over it, hold L1 and press circle to close it. Now delete the timeline by hovering over it with your imp and pressing triangle.
Bye-bye. Negative
Let's add a new
3%.
music timeline to the scene. Press square to open the sound menu. Select the music timeline button in the menu, then stamp one in the scene with R2 or X. Press circle to unequip the timeline gadget from your imp. Open up the timeline canvas with L1 and X. This timeline is empty, ready to be filled with music. The columns on the timeline represent musical bars. This timeline is 8 bars long. We'll need more space than that, so hover over the right edge and grab it with X.
Oh, okay.
Extend the timeline to 16 bars.
Really?
Now let's add a music clip to the timeline. Press square to open the sound menu. Find the search button and select it with X. Its icon is the magnifying glass. When you search in sound mode, there are 4 options for finding different sounds. Select Search Music Clips with X. This is the Dreamiverse. Here you can find music made by other dream shapers. Well, usually you can, but for this tutorial, I've made a collection of elements for you to use. That's what this cluster is. Select it with X to open it. It contains a selection of music clips, which you can use to build your own arrangements. Use the right stick to zoom in and out, and the left stick to move around. I've grouped the clips into different categories. Let's start with a basic melody. That's this group of clips. Hover over the clips to hear a preview of how they sound. find one that you like, then select it with X to equip it to your imp. I'm using the clip Nostalgia Bells.
Funky
Your
guitar
imp will now be
riff.
holding a gadget containing your selected clip. If you hover over the timeline, the gadget should snap to the canvas and reveal the whole clip. Place the clip at the start of the timeline and stamp it with R2 or X. Clips on a timeline will snap to the bars and to other clips. This will help you line them up. Click R3 to listen to the timeline. In the next step, we'll build up the track with some more clips. Click L3 to rewind time.
Funky, funky, funky.
Let's build on the melody by adding some chords. Go to the sound menu and select Search Music Clips again. Over here are some chord clips. Hover over the clips to preview them, then select one with X. I'm going with Suspended Pad, but you can make your own choice. Stamp your clip onto a new row of the timeline and snap it to the start.
Oh, okay.
Click R3 to listen and notice how the clips play together in time. Click L3 to rewind. Now let's add some drums. Go back to the sound menu and select Search Music Clips. Find the drum clips in the collection. A drum beat can really change the feel of a track. I love these samba practice drums. Pick a drum clip you like, then stamp it onto the timeline under the melody and chords. Now click R3 to listen to how it sounds. All the clips in the collection are in the same time and key, so you can mix and match them easily.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that.
To rewind. In the next step, I'll show you how to edit the length of your clips and how to add fades. When you hover over a clip on the timeline, you'll see dotted lines light up at the start and at the end of the clip. Move closer to the timeline so you can see them properly.
Yeah.
These are trim handles. We can use them to change the length of a clip.
Like
Hover over the
anybody.
handle on the end of the drum clip, then hold R2 to grab it. These clips are loops, so you can extend the clip beyond its original length. All the clips in the collection can be extended in this way. Trim handles are really useful for arranging and remixing. They let you use just a section of a clip without having to edit the music notes inside. On top of the trim handle, you'll see a little coloured gizmo. Move in closer to see it properly. This is a fade handle. You can use it to fade the volume of a clip in or out. It works just like the trim handle. Grab the gizmo with R2 and move your imp left or right to create a fade.
Yep. Do they have crossfades or
so it drops off gradually.
transitions?
Drag it out further for a longer fade.
Part of me feels like the way that this is designed, it would
Now
have
click
crossfades
R3
and
to
transition
run time.
abilities, which would be pretty nice.
Doesn't
But
that
at the
sound
same
cool?
time, it's like
You may have noticed that the music stops as soon as the playhead reaches the end of the timeline.
mhm.
In the next step, I'll show you how to make your timeline loop. Now click L3
Okay.
to rewind.
Do it. I'm pretty sure I already know how to do it, but you know what? gonna, yeah, there we go. uh, Alright. Not all that hard for a seasoned Little Big Planet adventurer like myself.
To make the track play constantly in the scene, we need to set the timeline to loop. We can do this in the Timeline's Tweak menu. Hover over a blank area of the timeline, hold L1 and press square to open its Tweak menu.
This is like my own theme song because my my imp constantly vibrates because of my legs. So
there are three options. Once means the timeline will play once all the way through when it's powered on.
just look, it's perfect.
The timeline will pause when it's powered off, then resume once it's powered on. Loop means the timeline will play repeatedly while it's powered on. Hover over the loop icon and press X to change the playback mode. You can also change the playback speed in the tweak menu. Hover over the playback speed slider and hold X to grab it. Now move your imp to the left or right to adjust the value. Click R3 to hear your adjustments live. You can also adjust the slider by hovering over it and pressing the up or down directional buttons. See how it sounds when it's slowed down or sped up a little. To close the tweak menu, hover over it, hold L1 and press circle. You can also tweak music clips to make them loop. Just hover over them, hold L1 and press square to open their tweak menus.
Oh.
You can also change their volume and tempo. Be careful changing the tempo, as your clips could go out of time with the others. We've made a cool piece of music, but you can carry on adding more clips if you want to. Maybe you heard something in a tutorial collection that would sound awesome in your arrangement. Try trimming and looping tracks. See what you can come up with. If you need extra space, you can extend the timeline by grabbing the edges with X. All the clips we've used in this tutorial come from the Media Molecule Music Collection. The collection contains lots of music clips you can use, as well as some complete tracks. Look for it in the Dreamiverse next time you're making music in sound mode. Once you've finished, switch over to play mode and listen to your track in the scene. To end the tutorial, just press Options and select the Exit Creation button.
Done. Right, that's music. Not as in-depth as I was hoping, but art tutorials. Oh, this might be an interesting one right here. It's 1, 2, and 3 after this. I want to learn all of the tutorials right now, and then some other day just play and create. Do the thing.
Are you ready to get those creative juices flowing?
Yeah!
This tutorial's all about making your creations beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is Connie's front garden. But what's this? It's had all the colour, style, and magic sucked out of it.
That sucks.
But not to worry, Connie. We can help make the garden pretty again with the power of dreams.
Friendship. I mean,
Just to start
yes.
you off, all the lighting's already done. We can learn more about that later. And because I'm ever your servant, I've also grouped some of these objects just for you. It'll make editing them quicker and easier. So what does the garden need? Well, it could do with some color, texture, and movement. Luckily, the coat, style, and effects modes are the perfect tools to do that. They don't create new objects, they modify existing sculptures and paintings. And they work on groups. With just a little practice, you can become a master of them all. So let's start by adding some color with the Tint Tool. Open the Assembly menu with the square button and go to the Modes menu. Each mode has its own set of tools and options. The Tint Tool is in Coat mode. It has an icon that looks like a pot of paint being spilled. Select it by pressing the X button. As you can see, the Assembly menu has now been replaced with the Coat menu. In the top row, you'll find Options and Helpers. Along the bottom, you'll find the tools. Now, which color to use? Open the Colors menu in the top row of icons. These are color groups. You can expand a color group with X. Each group contains more shades that you can choose from. I'm going to find a green for the foliage, but if green's not your thing, you can experiment.
Green is not
Is the
a
menu too long?
creative color.
You can scroll it by grabbing it with R2. Pick a shade, or if you fancy a more painterly or organic look, choose the tumbler color at the end of the group. That will apply a random shade that changes as you work.
Oh, neat.
When you've chosen a color, you're ready to go to the next step. To add color to our scene, we use the Tint Tool, which has an icon like an airbrush.
Oh,
You can
well, we already
manually
have.
select it in the Tools menu. But in Coat mode, choosing a color from the Colors menu equips the Tint Tool automatically. See the airbrush icon on the tip of your imp. The Tint Tool recolors objects, either tinting or completely covering their original color. Just press and hold R2 to tint the objects at the tip of your imp. No need to select or scope into anything.
Oh, okay.
The rounded clumps look a bit dreary in this scene. Let's add some color. You can see that the longer you hold R2, the stronger the tint gets. And with a tumbler color selected, it will cycle through different shades. If you make a mistake, you can undo using the left directional button. Or set your tool to subtract and you can detint. How do you do that? If you press triangle while the tool is active, your imp will change to an outline. So now it will remove tint instead of adding it. And that works on pretty much all of the coat, style, and effects tools. Just press triangle when they're equipped to make them subtractive. Try removing some color using subtractive tint now. Just hold R2 over the object. And to make the tool additive again, press triangle. Now that you've got to grips with that, you can color in the whole scene with the Tint Tool. Go wild. Use different colors to tint the path, rocks, river, grass, trees, and the little cottage. The colors menu has all the colors you need. Just open a color group and pick a shade or the tumbler color. Take some time to color your scene. When you're done, move on to the next step.
It also shows up on the outline. I didn't realize that, but yeah, that's kind of freaky. Fuck wrong. I don't know, I think the rocks are an okay color of gray. I mean, if you ask me. I mean, that sounds good.
Good job. Now your scene is beautifully colored in, let's add some texture to it. For that, we need to leave coat mode and go into style mode. To leave a mode, select the exit button in the top right of the screen. Or you can use a shortcut. Hold L1 and press circle.
Yeah.
Just like scoping out of a grid. Now use the Modes menu to switch over to Style Mode. The Style Mode icon is an S-shaped brushstroke. All sculptures and paintings in Dreams are made up of flecks, and Style Mode is where we manipulate them. For example, notice how the objects in this scene look smooth? That's because their flecks are small and tightly packed together. We can make them more textured with the Looseness Tool. Select the Looseness Tool. It looks like a blurry circle. Now try using R2 to loosen some of the foliage in the scene. Don't hold back. As you can see, loosening sculptures and paintings means their flecks become more obvious. If you think they're getting too loose, press triangle to make the tool subtractive and tighten them up again with R2. Or you can just use the left directional button to undo. Don't forget to loosen up the river too. We'll need it in the following steps. Carry on loosening the objects in the scene. When you're happy, proceed to the next step.
Yeah. Guess it's because they're further away. Okay. That's a weird kind of ocean. A fuzzy ocean. Everything's so fuzzy.
Wonderful.
This game is fuzz the
Connie's
game.
garden looks like a lovely painting.
Really?
Let's look at the water now. Water has a reflective quality, so let's add some shine to the river. This is where the Finish tool comes in. Exit out of Style Mode with L1 and circle and head back into Coat Mode in the Modes menu. Next to the Colors menu in Coat Mode, you'll find the Finishes menu. Select it with X. These finishes change the way objects react to light in your scene. Using finishes, you can make objects shiny, rough, metallic, or even translucent. Now you can choose your finish for the river. Let's see. Ah, yes. How about shiny wax? Light colors and circle and head back into Coat Mode in the Modes menu. Next to the Colors menu in Coat Mode, you'll find the Finishes menu. Select it with X.
Okay.
These finishes change the way objects react to light in your scene. Using finishes, you can make objects shiny, rough, metallic, or even translucent. Now you can choose your finish for the river. Let's see. Ah, yes. How about shiny wax? Wax finishes are translucent, and the shine will give the river a reflective surface that will catch the light. Apply the finishes before using R2. Remember that you can revert your changes by switching to subtractive mode with triangle, or by using undo. Try editing the finish on other groups and objects in the scene. Continue to the next step when you're ready.
I don't wanna. Nothing else should be shiny. I mean, this should be a little shiny. These rocks should be a little shiny.
Our river looks nice and shiny now, but something's missing. It doesn't flow like water does.
No, in
But
fact
there's
it's
a
fuzzy.
magical tool for
Like
that in effects
fucking
mode.
cotton candy.
It's called the Flow Tool. Leave coat mode if you haven't already, and enter effects mode.
Effects
The
mode.
effects mode icon has some twinkly stars on it.
Boil?
Alongside the
Oh.
Flow Tool, you'll
Wave.
notice other animated effects that you can apply to sculptures or paintings. But for now, we'll pick the Flow Tool. Its icon is a tap, or a faucet if you're from the US. Press X over the Flow Tool to select it.
Or a
And
faucet
use R2
if you're
to
from the
apply it to
US.
the river. Isn't that lovely?
Can it go in
effects
the
mode,
opposite direction?
You can preview the flow effect even when time is paused. But if you leave effects mode, you'll need to click R3 to see the effects in action. When the river's flowing at the right speed, you may notice something a bit odd. It's flowing the wrong way.
Yeah.
Let's fix that using another tool found in Style mode, the Comb tool. Leave effects mode using L1 and circle, then go back into Style mode via the Modes menu.
Download.
The Comb tool icon is some wavy lines. Select it with X. Now we're going to make the river flow the correct way. How do we do that? You guessed it. Hold R2 to comb the flecks of the river so they go in the right direction. We're no longer in effects mode, so we can't see the flow effect animating. But just click
There we
R3
go.
to start time, and you'll be able to see it again. The key is to move your imp in the direction you'd like the flecks to flow. A bit like you're combing the river's hair. Very stylish. Let go of R2 when you're happy with the flow direction. And now you can see the river is going the correct way. But if it isn't, just undo and try again. When you're happy with the speed and direction of the river, click L3 to rewind time. Then it's off to the next step.
Just realized I didn't paint the... Okay. Oh, and there are flowers. I gotta paint the flowers. Painting the roses red. That don't look red. Maybe because it's a dark red? There we go. That looks red. Ah, crap. accidentally made a little green. Or I mean a little red. Oh, what the fuck? I'm still in red. Yeah. And there's more flowers. Why does it go from being like a bluish color to being... Look, see? It goes from being a bluish color to a red. Ah, shit, I got a little bit on the grass. Shoot! Shoot! There we go. No more roses. Already in.
This scene is really coming together. Next, let's do something interesting with the chimney smoke.
Okay.
Move closer to the smoke so you can see the flecks clearly. These flecks don't look very smoky, do they? Let's change that. If you're not already in style mode, head there now using the modes menu. Open the flex menu with X. It's the button in the center of the top row. Now choose a fleck that looks smoky. How about the dots fleck? When you choose a fleck type, it'll automatically select the Apply Fleck tool. Now, hover your imp over the smoke and hold R2. The flecks will change. That's better. Let's
Oops, I haven't been paying attention. Shit,
the fleck
sorry.
that looks smoky. Open the flex menu with X. It's the button in the center of the top row. Now choose a fleck that looks smoky. How about the dots fleck?
What?
When you choose a fleck type, it'll automatically select the Apply Fleck tool. Now, hover your imp over the smoke and hold R2. The flecks will change. That's better. Let's inspect it now using the grab cam. Grab it with R1. And while you're grabbing, spin around it with the left or right stick.
Hello and welcome to the stream.
The paint strokes look a bit flat, don't they? You can only see them well from certain angles. We can make it a bit more billowy and three-dimensional using the Impasto tool. In the Style menu, select the Impasto tool, then hold R2 to apply it to the smoke. Watch as the individual flecks of the painting become more three-dimensional. To see it better, use the grab cam to spin around the smoke again. You can also press undo and redo to compare the smoke with and without Impasto. Now that you've mastered Impasto, the last style tool we're going to use is the Ruffle Tool. The Ruffle Tool icon looks like a lot of lines going in different directions. It will randomly rotate the flecks so they're not as orderly. It works in the same way as the other two tools. Select it with X, then use R2 to apply it. And switch the tool to subtractive by pressing triangle. Ruffle makes quite a difference, doesn't it? Why not see if you can animate the smoke using the flow tool in effects mode? When you're happy, go to the next
Why
step
does
of
it
the
keep going to...
tutorial.
That's weird. Okay. That's good.
Now that the scene is looking good, we should make Connie's cottage look more welcoming for her. We can do that using something called the Glow Tool. So head back to the Modes menu and into Coat Mode. The Glow Tool has an icon that looks like a little sun. Select it with X, then move your view over to the cottage for a closer look. Now position your view so that you can see the door and the window of the cottage. Then hold R2 over the window in the door to make it glow.
Okay.
Go on, give it some welly.
Woo!
Whoa,
Yeah,
that's
it's
too bright.
too much.
Let's press triangle to make the tool subtractive. Then use R2 to reduce the glow.
Here.
Maybe you could try tinting the window to change the color of the light. See what you think.
Tint.
Have a play with the glow tool, and then move on to the next step when you're ready.
That seems good. Oh. Covered by dirt. Yeah. Seems good.
The scene looks so alive now, and Connie's in love with her new home. It's hard to believe that this scene used to be all grey and blocky. Let's try something. How different did we actually make it? To see, we can use a special trick. Press square to open the menu, and then take a look in the Show Hide section. The Show Hide icon looks like an open eye. It can be found in most of the mode's menus. In the Show Hide menu, you can make all sorts of different objects visible or invisible. It only works in edit mode, so your scene will still look the same in play mode. Some of them are on by default, and some are switched off. Coat, Style and Effects is one of the options which is on by default. Its icon is a combination of the icons for all three of those modes. Try turning it off by pressing X over it.
Oh, the job.
Wow,
Yeah.
what an amazing difference. That shows you how powerful these tools really are. Using Coat, Style and Effects, you can make even the most boring block come alive. Practice using the tools and see what you can come up with. When you're finished, go to Play Mode in the Options menu and walk Connie into her beautiful new home. This will complete the tutorial.
Yay! Time to go home. I'm a cone. I don't want to get wet. Ah! I'm melting. Done. Oh man. Ah, Mom is making pork and sauerkraut. I hate sauerkraut. Love pork. Just, I do not like sauerkraut. Ugh. It smells so bad. She. Or is that Della? Maybe she's making pork and sauerkraut. She has been doing different stuff today. What time is it? Yeah, it's probably Della. It's close to 5. Mm. That and all I've eaten is a bowl of corn. Corn, and that's all. Sculpt tutorial. Aha, this is going to be an important one. 8.
In this lesson, I'll show you how to sculpt your own objects from scratch, which will come in handy because Cuthbert's having a meltdown. Again.
Okay.
Fortunately, we can use the tools in sculpt mode to help get Connie to Cuthbert and escort him to safety.
Okay.
Go to the assembly menu. Press the square button to open it if it's closed, and select the modes menu with the X button. Select sculpt mode with X. Its icon has some 3D shapes on it.
My goodness.
Every time you enter sculpt mode from the modes menu, a new sculpture will be created. You'll also notice that when you're in sculpt mode, everything outside the sculpture will be blurred and grayed out. This is to help you focus on what you're creating. You can adjust visual feedback in your preferences, which you can find in the options menu. When you first enter sculpt mode, the shapes menu will open automatically and the smear shape tool will be equipped to your imp. Try smearing a shape now by holding R2 and moving your imp around. It's great for making organic forms.
Something like that in Little
Now
Big
that's
Planet
out
would
of your
fuck
system,
up the
you can
thermometer.
do all of it by using the left directional button. By
Aw.
using this tool, we'll help Connie get across the first gap. Move your view a bit closer to the action, looking side on at the space between the platforms. Make sure you can see the platforms and that your imp can reach them. We want to build an organic structure for Connie to walk on, so let's pick an appropriate shape. Select one from the Shapes menu, and you'll see it on the end of your imp. Use the up and down directional buttons to scale it to an appropriate size. While you have a shape on your imp, you can use the grab cam to zoom in and out. Just hold R1 and use the left stick. Now position your imp next to the platform on one side of the gap. Then hold down R2 and use the motion sensor function or the left stick to smear your shape in the gap so that Connie can walk on it. If you want to have another go at it, just undo using the left directional button. Feel free to press and let go of R2 as many times as you want. Each press will create a new edit within your sculpture. Bear in mind that all the edits you make are part of a single sculpture, even if they aren't connected. This means that in assembly mode, they'll behave like a single object. Why not try out different shapes to see what works best? Try holding L2 as you sculpt and use the left and right sticks to rotate the shape.
Oh, my hand. Oh, my arm can't do this.
Maybe try making something like a rock formation or a tree trunk. The cool thing is, sculpts are automatically physical, so they can be walked on by puppets like Connie immediately. When you want to try it out, switch to play mode in the options menu and get Connie to walk around on your sculpture. When you're happy to move on, go back to edit mode and proceed to the next step.
This is not going to be easy. Bruh, what the? Looks like a bridge of baloney. I made baloney. Baloney bridge. Alright. I'm done with baloney bridge. Baloney bridge. Baloney bridge. It's a lot smaller than I thought it was. Baloney bridge.
What happens when we want to edit an existing sculpture rather than start a new one? Let's investigate. When we went into play mode, we were taken out of sculpt mode. When you're in assembly mode, scope back into your sculpture. Hover over it with your imp, hold L1 and press X. It's just like scoping into a group. Have a go at it now. Now we're here, let's try editing the shapes you've already made. To move or rotate shapes, unequip the Smear Shape tool by pressing circle.
Oh cool,
This
it shows how it would
automatically
look.
equips the
That's
Move
neat.
tool. You might notice most of the movement controls in Sculpt mode are the same as in Assembly mode. Grab and move shapes with R2. Rotate them using L2 and the sticks or the touchpad. You can hold L1 and move with R2 to clone your shapes or scale them with the up and down buttons. You can even repeat clone. But unlike assembly mode, you can't select things with X in sculpt mode. Now try moving, rotating, and scaling your individual shapes. If you want to smear some shapes again, just go to the Sculpt Tools menu and select the Smear Shape tool. The icon is a row of intersecting squares. Now you can play around at sculpting with different shapes. Don't forget that you can undo and redo at any time. If you accidentally scope out, you can scope back into your sculpture by hovering over it with your imp and pressing L1 and X. In the next step, I'll show you how to color your sculpture. You've probably noticed by now that all your sculptures are orangey brown, like clay. That's the default color, but you can sculpt with any color you like. If you're in assembly mode, hover over your sculpture with your imp, then hold L1 and press X to scope back into it. Next, head to the Colors section in the Sculpt menu and press X over a color group to see the different shades. Choose a color, any one you like. And as if by magic, the shape on your imp is now the color you chose. Any new shapes you make will be that color, but the old shapes are still brown. Luckily, we can also color shapes after we've created them, using the Spray Paint tool. Go to the Sculpt menu and open the Tools section with X. Then select the Spray Paint tool, which has a spray can icon. Now your imp will have an outline of the current shape on its tip. Intersect the shape with your sculpture and you'll see the spray paint color appear on it. Hold R2 to apply the spray paint to the shapes. You can try out different colors and shapes to completely change the look of your sculpture. If you want to make it easier to keep your imp on the surface of the sculpture, you can use the Surface Snap guide. You can find Surface Snap in the Sculpt Guides menu. Select it with X to turn it on. There's a Guides menu in every mode, though not all guides are available everywhere. You can also change the finish of your sculpture using the Finishes menu. The Coat, Style and Effects tutorial has more on finishes if you're curious. By now, you should have an organic looking form, and it will be whatever color your imagination conjured up. If you switched on Surface Snap, switch it off in the Guides menu before continuing. Just select the button with X to turn it off. Then, when you're ready, proceed to the next step.
Things always. Oh, why? What? What? I can't. What is going on? What is going on? Why is my. Uh. What? Hey! Prisms, how you doing? What? I don't even know what the heck is going on now. I'm not pressing any of the buttons, and stuff is going on. This is weird. This is weird. How do I? Alright. Alright. I gotta get out of this, whatever it was I was in, because that did not help. Will you stop going up every time I press the R1 button? I'm gonna change tool. And can't do that there. I have to go into here. Oof. And now the thing's off. Motion sensing is off. How do I go forward? How do we go forward? Oh, that's how I change camera. Nope, that's how I rotate this. Just want to go forward. There we go. There. Yeesh. I wish I had camera snap again. I really do, because this isn't working. I can't see. did it change to red before it changed to green? And, I don't know. That is weird. Alright, thing. There. Next tutorial.
All these smeared shapes are creating one single sculpture, even if there's space between them. But you can also use the smear tool to remove from the sculpture, instead of adding to it. To do that, we need to make the tool subtractive.
Oh yeah, I'm doing the tutorial. This is all the tutorial mode that I'm going through right now. I think I have 2 more left to go through. Sorry about that. I was kind of paying attention to what I was doing at the moment, trying to figure out why the camera was freaking out.
When the smear shape tool is equipped to your imp, you can press triangle to make it subtractive. You'll notice that your imp turns into an outline. The shape on your imp becomes an outline too. You can now use the smear tool to cut into your sculpture. Try using different shapes to see what effect they have. For a really cool effect, try subtracting with a different colored shape on your imp. How good is that?
Yeah, this shape is not what I wanted. I'm like,
you can switch the tool between additive and subtractive by pressing triangle.
Yeah, this is the sculpting tutorial,
Play around with the tools a bit and try to make a dramatic or interesting looking form.
It's not going the way I want it to.
When you're happy with its shape, go into play mode and see if you can get Connie across it.
I mean, finally.
If you need to edit it, just come back to edit mode via the options menu. Don't forget to scope back into your sculpture using L1 and X. When Connie has successfully crossed the first gap in play mode, switch back to edit mode, then go to the next step.
Can I change the... Whoa, why is it... Why are you going that way? Stop. Not even walking that way. Not even going that way. I'm not moving right now, and yet that is. Why is that? Why is this happening? Why do you keep listfully moving to the left? Don't do that. Are you not going to do that? Okay. Can I change the way it looks? No, I'm doing this with a regular controller. I changed the way that the circle looks like. Not like that. Okay. Also, that didn't change the color of it whatsoever, which is weird because I could have sworn. Oh, I had to click on that color again. That's kind of annoying. Shapes. Filled donut. That's the thing that they used. That's the other thing. Every time that I press the button, it moves the controller, and when it moves the controller, it'll smear stuff. So that's not really, yeah, I can't really just tap it down by pressing a single button, you know? I can't just tap the button and have the exact shape set down, because when I hit the button, it makes the controller move, which makes the cursor move, or, you know, which makes your imp move, and it kind of smears the object that I'm trying to make. Oh, come on. This really isn't that easy to control. It's like the most difficult kind of controls to make anything that I've ever experienced. What the hell? And I have the move controllers. I've tried using them. It's like literally no different. Will you stop smearing? All I want to do is tap the X button. That's what I want to do. But when you tap the R1 button, you move the controller when you tap the R1 button, and there's no way around that. There. And nope. See? The perspective's like super wonky. And these are all part of a thing. Great. How do I... So it's just a floating rock now. Great. Doesn't look like that from this perspective, but yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh no, VR isn't accessible in early access. That's what I'm playing right now. I'm playing the early access, and they haven't adapted VR for it yet. I'm betting anything it will be so much easier to sculpt stuff in VR, because then I'll be able to stand there and actually look around the item. But right now, you know, trying to do this type of stuff with the camera as is, it's just very misleading and very difficult, because I can't really get a three-dimensional perspective on the item. Because when you look at it from this perspective, you're like, yeah, that's totally a rock on top of another rock. And then you go around here and you're like, oh, that's not it at all whatsoever. There's no real indication that the rock isn't on top of the other rock. So that's why I really can't wait until they get VR to work with this game. They said it's going to be available at full launch. They said that a couple years ago, though, so I don't know if it's still a confirmed thing that's going to be with launch, but I know they're definitely working on it. And that could be the reason why they're having problems getting the game out there. But anyway, let's go ahead and go into play mode. Get Connie over there. But as for right now, sculpting is definitely not something I'm going to be very good at. Oh, and Graffiti Kingdom, yes, exactly. Yeah, Graffiti Kingdom had that problem a lot too. But the thing about Graffiti Kingdom is it worked on a grid snap basis, where the camera just snapped to a grid. You could change from free mode to grid snap mode with the camera. And from everything I'm going through with the tutorial so far, this game doesn't seem to have something like that. You know, the camera's just constantly in free make mode. And there are grids, you know, there are grids for the objects themselves, but no grid for the camera, and it's very unnerving. All right, let's go ahead and do the next thing.
Smearing shapes can be a messy business. Sometimes you just want to create neat sculptures.
Yes,
Luckily,
please.
there are ways to do that.
Huh.
So go to the Assembly menu and select Sculpt in the Modes menu. This will create a new sculpture. Now let's practice sculpting an architectural structure over the second gap. To help us build a neater bridge, open the Guides section of the Sculpt menu.
Ooh, it is.
In Guides, switch on Grid Snap by pressing X over it. You'll see a number appear next to the button. That's how big the grid squares will be. You'll notice the white dotted grid in the scene. The spacing of the dots shows the tightness of the grid. They will change orientation depending on your point of view. We'll leave it on the default setting for now. You can experiment with it later.
Yeah, see, this is
Now
a lot
try making
easier.
a colourful sculpture using the Smear and Move tools and the Colours menu.
I experienced this a
This
while
will just be
ago.
a practice one, so don't spend too long on it. We'll delete it and make an even better one in a minute. You'll notice that it's much easier to keep your shapes neat and straight this time. That's because Grid Snap is active. It makes your tools and objects snap to the grid. It also helps you rotate precisely. Try it out using L2 or the touchpad. With Grid Snap on, objects rotate 45 degrees at a time. You can rotate the shape on the end of your imp before you stamp it, or use the Move tool to rotate shapes that are already placed.
There.
When you're comfortable sculpting with Grid Snap, continue to the next step.
Yeah, grid snap mode is a lot easier, but as I stated before, it only works with the item itself. You can't grid snap the camera or anything like that. Maybe something for the camera gets enabled later. They are pretty much just giving me really a tutorial on how to sculpt right now. They're not giving me a tutorial on what to do with the camera or anything yet, so. Don't worry, I'm coming.
If we want to make a super neat bridge, there's another guide we can use.
Let's learn about it.
If you're still in sculpt mode, scope out of it with L1 and circle. Once you're in assembly mode, delete your sculpture with triangle. Go to the modes menu.
I'm not doing
Click
that.
the sculpt mode button to start a new sculpture. Now we're in sculpt mode, the guides menu will have different options. Open the guides menu and switch on the mirror guide.
Mirror.
Don't worry about the two additional options. Let's investigate them later. Also, check the grid snap is still turned on. Now select the smear tool in your chosen color and shape. The mirror guide will always center on the first shape you make. That's why we started a new sculpture. Now, move your view so you can see all of the second gap, and your imp can reach it. If you need to, use the grab cam to zoom out a little from the shape on your imp. Now stamp your first shape right in the center of the gap to enable the mirror guide.
Oh, whoops, wrong way. Problem solved.
Then smear your shape from the center over to the edge of the gap where it meets the platform. You'll see that your sculpt is mirrored, so you only have to make half of the bridge, and it'll be nice and symmetrical. Leaving you to focus on making it fabulous.
Fabulous.
Carry on sculpting and carving your bridge until you're happy.
Put spikes on it, yes.
Test it in play mode. And when Connie is over the second gap, return to edit mode via the options menu. When you're back in edit mode, switch off the mirror guide. You can also switch off grid snap if you want, before moving on to the next step.
Thank you. I was gonna do them all the way across, but you know what? I could just copy and do that. Oh shit, that's right, it's all one object. There. Alright. There's like a nice fuzzy nice fuzzy rug on it.
We're gonna use the mighty stamp tool. First we'll need to create a new sculpture by going to sculpt mode via the modes menu. Now that you're in sculpt mode, make sure you've switched off the mirror guide before you continue. You'll be equipped with the smear shape tool by default, so you'll need to switch to the stamp shape tool. You can find stamp shape in the sculpt mode tools menu, next to smear shape. Its icon is a simple square. You can quickly switch between the stamp and smear tools using L1 and triangle. It's a bit like switching between additive and subtractive, but with L1 held down. Stamping shapes is a bit like stamping objects from the Dreamiverse. With the stamp shape tool, you only stamp one shape at a time, no matter how long you hold R2 or X.
Oh.
This has additional benefits too, which you'll see later. Now select the cube in the Shapes menu, then stamp one at the side of the gap. We're almost there, Connie. Open the Sculpt Tools menu again, and this time pick the Stretch tool.
Potter.
Its icon is a double-ended arrow.
Okay.
When Stretch is selected, hovering your imp over a shape will cause an arrow gizmo to appear.
That's a gizmo.
Hover over the side of the cube that's facing the opposite platform. Press and hold R2 when the arrow is showing, and use your imp to stretch the shape across the gap.
Freaking cool, I like that.
Nice. Let go of R2 when you're done stretching.
Oh, I like that. I'm probably going to end up using that a lot.
Right now, but I've got something great to customize it with soon. You can stretch any shape you've sculpted, regardless of what shape it is. Spheres, cones, and even donuts can be stretched.
Donuts.
You can even stretch subtractive shapes, but only at the points where they intersect with the sculpture.
Right.
Have some fun with the stretch tool, but don't go to play mode just yet.
Didn't plan on doing so.
When you're ready to take this bridge and your sculpting skills to the next level, continue to the final step.
Try to duplicate what he did. Alright. Subtractive. Whoop. Okay. The tools and stretch. Where is it subtracted? You know what? I can't fucking see it because it's invisible. If it exists. I don't know if I even put it down. Oh well. Yeah, I guess I didn't. Whoops. Okay, well.
So far, I've shown you a few ways to edit the shapes you've already sculpted.
Make a gummy.
But there's also a way to edit the shape before stamping or smearing. First of all, make sure you're still scoped into the sculpture. If not, hover over the bridge, hold L1 and press X to scope in. Also, make sure that you're using the stamp shape tool and not the smear shape. Next, choose a shape from the Shapes menu and select what color you want it to be.
Oh, okay.
Now move the new shape right next to the bridge so that they're touching. Use the grab cam to make sure the shape is in contact with your bridge. Now
Go back.
hold L1 and
Stop going
to
so
scope
fast.
in.
I'm old.
Also, make sure that you're using the stamp shape tool and not the smear shape.
I am.
Next, choose a shape from the Shapes menu and select what color you want it to be.
That's not color.
Now move the new shape right next to the bridge so that they're touching. Use the grab cam to make sure the shape is in contact with your bridge. Now hold L1 and press square to open the shape editor, just like when you want to tweak something. When you're in the shape editor, you can let go of L1 and the shape will be fixed in place while editing. Notice the sculpt menu has been replaced with the shape editor.
Wait, what the hell?
To scope in. Next, choose a shape from the Shapes menu and select what color you want it to be. Now move the new shape right next to the bridge so that they're touching. Use the grab cam to make sure the shape is in contact with your bridge. Now hold L1 and press square to open the shape editor, just like when you want to tweak something.
Hey, that's not doing anything. Do I have to get out of this mode? Yeah, there we go. It's weird, it
When
didn't
you're
tell
in
me
the
to get
shape
out of there.
editor, you can let go of L1 and the shape will be fixed in place while editing.
No, that's not exactly what I wanted.
Shape your-
He wanted. Right then.
When you're in the shape editor, you can your bridge. Now
I'm not doing what he
Now
said.
hold L1
something.
and press square to open the shape editor, just like when you want to tweak something. When you're in the shape editor, you can let go of L1 and the shape will be fixed in place while editing. Notice the sculpt menu has been replaced with the shape editor menu. The buttons vary a little depending on which tool and shape you're using. The shape editor.
I don't know how to get to this shape editor thing. Please open up the thing again. Thank you. Wrong. No. I don't have any idea what I did wrong. Okay, go down, camera. Just don't rotate the thing. Whatever, I don't care. I just want to... That's it. Okay. Play.
Notice the Sculpt menu has been replaced with the Shape Editor menu. The buttons vary a little depending on which tool and shape you're using. The Shape Editor for the Stamp tool has quite a few options. We're only interested in one for now, the most exciting one, Soft Blend. The icon is the one with the two circles blending together. If the option isn't there,
That don't
just
look...
check that you have the Stamp Shape tool equipped and not Smear Shape. This is important.
Aha, I have smear shape.
Next to the icon...
I can't change that from here? Stamp, please. Stamp. Object. Color. Camera, please get onto the thing I'm trying to make. Please. Ugh. Back up. Okay. This is... Oh, this is frustrating as hell. There. I'm in Stamp. Alright, that's the thing he wants me to pick. Okay.
There's a slider and a toggle button. Sliders in the Shape Editor are round, which may seem unusual, but they work just like the sliders in tweak menus. The Blend Amount slider affects how much the shape will blend with other shapes nearby. Try holding X on the slider and moving your imp up and down. This is how you get some truly amazing shapes. The Hard Blend toggle switches between hard and soft blends. Toggle between the two options with X to see the difference it makes. To close the Shape Editor, just press Circle. Now have a play with your blendable shape. You can only blend shapes that are part of the same sculpture. So if you can't see any blending on your shape, scope into the sculpture with L1 and X. You can make some very cool shapes using blending. Try making subtractive blends too. Experiment with different shapes and blends on your bridge. Make it really fancy. You can jump back into the Shape Editor with L1 and Square. You can use the Shape Editor in any of the sculpting tools. Try using Soft Blend with the Spray Paint tool. To exit the Shape Editor and return to sculpting, just press Circle. When you've got the hang of the Shape Editor and you're happy with your bridge, try it out in Play Mode and get Connie to Cuthbert. Take Connie through the door to finish the tutorial.
Can I rotate it? Ah, crap. Not the exact same thing. just go in the center. Whatever. Ah, it's the same thing. It's connected. Fucking Christ. Hey. Any way to disconnect it? Nope. Alright then. I don't think I'm going to be doing sculpt mode at all. Ugh, that was a headache. Oof, I don't get it. I do. Oh my goodness. Okay, painting.
In this tutorial, we'll master paint mode. Uh-oh. Looks like Connie's having a bad day.
Hey, she's not the only
got
one.
a bit handy with the lawnmower and mucked up her garden. Sorry,
I don't know,
Connie.
it's okay.
Let's paint her a lovely new one in paint mode. So, to explain,
Oh, there were flowers
everything
here.
you see in Dreams is made up of little splats called flecks. They can be big, loose and painterly, or small, tight and smooth. In paint mode, we deal with strokes, like real-life painting. Strokes are lines of flecks that you draw in 3D space using your imp. Let's make some now. Go to the assembly menu. If it's closed, just press the square button to open it. Then open the modes menu with X. It's this little group of icons. In the modes menu, select paint mode. It has an icon with a paint squiggle. When you enter paint mode, you'll go straight into the flex menu. And the brush flex tool will be equipped to your imp. See? There's a fleck on the tip of your imp. When you're painting, everything else goes blurry and black and white to help you focus on what you're creating. You can adjust the visual feedback in your preferences, which you can find in the options menu. Try pressing and holding R2 while you move your imp around. And look at that, you're painting. Your imp creates a paint stroke made of a trail of flecks. Try changing how hard you press R2 as you paint. With the brush fleck tool, changing the pressure on R2 affects how opaque the flecks are. So if you press R2 lightly, the flecks will be more transparent. Now press square to open the paint menu so that we can look at some new colors and finishes. Look at the top row of buttons in the paint menu to find them. As well as the flex menu, which is already open, there are also menus for colors and finishes there. You can use these to change the color and finish of your flex. Practice with the brush flex tool and make as many strokes as you like. You can always undo any mistakes with the left directional button. Once you've got a feel for painting, continue to the next step.
Be nice if I could view the entirety of.
Was that fun? Now that you've made a gorgeous painting, hold L1 and press circle to scope out of paint mode. It's just like scoping out of a group and works the same way for all creation modes.
Yeah, I know.
A painting is a single object created in paint mode, just like a sculpture is a single object created in sculpt mode. In assembly mode, you can move, scale, and rotate your painting. To edit the strokes in the painting, you can scope into it, just like you can with the group. Try scoping into the painting you just made. Hover over it, hold L1, then press X to scope in. When you scope into a painting, you will automatically be put back into paint mode and equipped with the brush fleck tool. Press circle to unequip the brush fleck tool. Now you can use the move tool on the individual strokes in the painting. You can scope out of the painting again with L1 and circle. Do you fancy making some flowers for Connie's garden? Connie loves flowers. Let's start by making a leaf, and then we can work our way up to the petals. Delete your practice painting using triangle.
No.
Then enter paint mode in the modes menu.
I'm
Choose
already
a
there.
color and a finish from the paint menu. Then choose a fleck to paint with. Use the up and down directional buttons to adjust the size of the fleck. Now paint a simple stroke. Remember, the harder you press, the more opaque the flecks will be. If you want to take another shot at it, just undo with the left directional button and try again. When you're happy with your leaf, go to the next step. Next, let's paint a stalk. In the context menu, you'll see a button with a plus sign icon. Select this button to start a new painting. For the stalk, we'll use the Draw Flex tool. Open the paint menu with square if it's closed, then select the Tools menu. The Draw Flex tool icon is a pencil. Select it with X. Draw Flex acts more like a pen than a paintbrush. The harder you press R2, the larger the stroke gets. So if you press gently, the stroke will be quite small.
Yarg.
When you scale the Draw Flex tool, the fleck will get much bigger. That's because it's showing you the maximum size of the fleck. When you stop scaling, it reverts back to the smallest size the fleck can be. Try drawing a flower stalk with it. Have a few goes to practice. Adjust the pressure on R2 as you paint the stroke, so that the stalk tapers at the end.
Would be nice if I could see.
Don't worry about lining it up with the leaf though. We'll do that later. When you're happy with your stalk, continue to the next step. Now the exciting bit, the flower. In the context menu, select the Start New Painting button. By starting a new painting, the flower will be a separate object to the stalk. We're going to paint the petals with the Stamp Flex tool, plus a special ingredient. You can find Stamp Flex in the Paint Mode Tools menu. Select it with X, then choose a fleck, color, and finish for your flower's petals. Now for that special ingredient, the Kaleidoscope Guide. You can find Kaleidoscope in the Guides menu. which is in the top row of the Paint menu. The kaleidoscope icon looks like a snowflake. Select it with X to turn it on. Leave the settings as they are for now. You can experiment with them later. You'll now have a clump of 5 flecks on your imp. Stamp the clump in your scene. That will set the center of the kaleidoscope. There will now be 1 fleck on your imp and 4 others floating around the center point. Whatever you do with the fleck on your imp will be mirrored by the other 4. You might need to adjust your position to get a good view. You could also try rotating the fleck on your imp. To do that, hold L2 and use the sticks, or stroke the touchpad. You can use the up and down directional buttons to scale the flecks. Whatever you do, make a flower you like the look of. If you mess up, you can just undo it with the left directional button and try again. Add as many petals as you like. Try using different colors and sizes. You could also try using the other painting techniques you've learned. If you want to delete parts of the bloom, just unequip the Stamp Flex tool by pressing circle. Then use triangle to delete any parts you don't like. If you delete the first flex you stamped, the kaleidoscope guide will still be centered on their position.
Oh, don't do that.
With the Move tool equipped, you can also move or even clone parts of the painting. Flecks created with the kaleidoscope guide will always behave like a kaleidoscope, even when the guide is turned off. Go ahead and experiment. Then, when you're happy, proceed to the next step.
There we go. I gotta figure out how to connect
Now
the
we've
two.
finished painting, unequip the Stamp Fleck tool with circle. And if it's still on, turn off kaleidoscope in the guides menu too. Scope out of the painting by holding L1 and pressing circle.
Fuzzy flower.
Now you can assemble the parts of the flower using the Move tool.
Doing that now.
Beautiful. Let's group the flower so it's a single object.
Mine looks terrible.
Select all of the flower parts with X.
This is gonna be like
And
very
now
tiny
select the
stem.
Group button in the context menu. There! We've made the flower a single group that we can move, scale, rotate, and clone. I spy some charming plant pots.
There.
How about we put the flower in one of them?
Sure, why not? See, this seems like more like what I would do with this game at the current moment.
So hold L1, then grab the flower with R2.
Because it's a little bit easier to grasp the,
We don't want them all to look identical, though. Let's make a different bloom. You can scope into the flower group by holding L1 and pressing X over it.
I've never really been all that great at
Now
making
delete
flowers,
the bloom
so.
from the top of the plant. Let's do something a bit different with this flower. In the next step, I'll show you how to edit the appearance of your flecks.
Yes, this part is like so much easier to understand than the sculpting was. I was like, ugh! My brain hurts! And it's because everything was pretty much represented on a 2D plane, and when you were able to assemble everything, that just made it so much easier, you know? You just assemble everything, then glue it. Well, I mean, pretty much like with Little Big Planet, where you glue everything together. All right, let's see now.
So, let's make a beautiful new bloom for this flower.
Kind of want to make
Enter
something.
paint mode and equip the stamp flex tool.
I want to see what he's talking about with the stamp flex. Oh.
To make this bloom look a little different, we're going to edit the flex appearance. We can do that by selecting the Edit Fleck button in the context menu. Or use the shortcut. Hold L1 and press square to open the Fleck editor. It's the same shortcut as opening a tweak menu. The Fleck editor has sliders for altering the appearance of the Fleck. They look a bit different to the sliders
there's your
you see
slider.
in tweak menus, but they work much the same way.
There's your slider
Try
for
dragging them up
opacity.
and down using X and see what they do to the Fleck on your imp.
Ooh.
How exciting! The fade slider adds extra flecks that fade away near the edges. The scatter slider adds extra flecks with impasto to create a more three-dimensional clump of flecks.
Huh.
The opacity slider makes the fleck more transparent.
Yeah, no, don't need that.
Once you've adjusted the sliders to your liking, simply press circle to exit the Fleck editor and start painting with your Fleck.
Okay.
Now create a new bloom for the flower. Perhaps try turning on Kaleidoscope again.
Yeah, I know, I was thinking about doing that. I'm like, Kaleidoscope would be good here. Oh, it's already on. I was wondering, I'm like, this looks very familiar.
When you're finished, exit the painting by pressing L1 and circle. Move the new bloom onto the stalk, and then scope out of the group with L1 and circle. When you're done, move on to the next step.
Blue. So it's gonna be nice. Yeah. Alright. Those are a bit big though. Looks like a mop top, really. But I'm about to put it on the other thing, so. Now I will connect them. There we go.
Now we have some new flowers. How about a bit of rain to water them?
Oh?
We can do that by creating an animated stroke. Make sure you're scoped out of any paintings or groups. Then select Paint Mode from the Modes menu. For the rain, we'll use the Ruffle Tool. It's in the Paint Mode Tools menu. The icon looks like a ruler. The Ruffle Tool lets you draw straight lines made of flecks.
Oh. Well, I still have
Choose
Kaleidoscope
a
on,
fleck,
so
color,
turn that
and
off.
finish for your rain. Something watery.
I mean, yeah. Definitely don't want
Then close the
rain to be
menu with square.
that color.
These flecks are going to be raindrops, so make them small using the down directional button. Move your view back from the flowers so that you can see plenty of space above them.
Yeah.
Then position your imp at a reasonable distance above the flowers and press and hold R2. Stretch the stroke down to the grass at a slight angle, then release R2 to stamp it. This line of flex is going to be the path of the raindrop. Unequip the Rule Flex tool with Circle, then scope out of your painting using L1 and Circle. It doesn't look like much at the moment, but in the next step,
Yeah.
I'll show you how to make it look more rainy.
Rainy. I knew it was going to... Oh, they also have that at the bottom there. Rainy.
To animate the painting, we need to tweak it. So hover your imp over the painting you just made. Hold L1 and press square to open its tweak menu.
Okay.
Look for the animation page of the tweak menu.
I'm gonna have to move
The
this
tab has a clapperboard icon. The slider at the top controls the playback speed. Grab the slider with X and pull it to the right. You won't see anything change to start with. In order to see animation, you'll need to start time by clicking R3.
Oh, I see.
Use the grab cam or the sticks to get up close to the stroke, and you'll see the flexor moving along it. You can increase the playback speed to make them move faster. The next step is to switch on pulse. When pulse is on, you won't see the whole stroke. Instead, a pulse of flex will travel down it. Select the pulse button in the animation tab of the tweak menu. Its icon is a bomb.
Oh shit, that looks great.
Ah yes, that looks much more like a raindrop.
Make it faster.
You can shorten the trail of the pulse using the slider below the pulse button.
Oh, that's fine.
Shorten the trail a little to achieve a raindrop look.
Does look like a raindrop.
The
Faster.
drops are still a little on the slow side. Grab the playback speed slider and turn it right up.
Still a little bit too slow.
That's more like it. One raindrop isn't going to water many flowers though.
Dude.
There's a handy way to duplicate your painting without having to clone it loads of times.
Maybe this one?
I'll show you
No.
in the next step.
Okay, fine.
So now let's duplicate our raindrop and create a proper downpour. In the tweak menu of the raindrop painting, look for the duplicates tab. The duplicates icon is a pair of sheep, just like the clone tool.
That's what I was thinking.
This tab is used to create duplicates automatically, based on a variety of options.
Excuse me.
The positional duplicates options determine where the copies appear. The option we want is around camera. Select it and see what happens.
Whoa, nice.
Wow, now it looks like it's really raining. This setting duplicates the painting around the camera automatically, so wherever we go in the scene, it will seem like it's raining. At the bottom of the Duplicates tab are 3 sliders. They affect how many of them there are, how far apart the duplicates are spaced, and whether they are scaled randomly. Try adjusting the sliders and see if you can create an effect you like.
Oh, yeah, I'm liking that. Bit more, no. Put them closer together. There we go.
Then close the tweak menu using the close button in the corner, or hold L1 and press circle over the tweak menu to close it. Now that we've watered the garden, let's add some finishing touches. Open the assembly menu with square, then select the search button with X. The collection for this tutorial contains lots of great things made in paint mode. There are also more plant pots and a garden shed made in sculpt mode. Use the collection to finish making Connie's garden. Stamp some plants or pots, or paint more plants of your own. Make it lovely. When you're happy with the garden, stamp the shed in there somewhere. To finish the tutorial, switch over to play mode and walk Connie through the door of the shed.
Some little mushrooms. Kind of makes me feel like I'm playing Animal Crossing too. For some reason. A lawnmower. Are you one of them? Some rough leaves. Around here. Oop. Leaves in your face. You know what? I don't know why I'm trying so hard. I'm not going to be able to keep this. What else do they have? Different pots. Alright. Well, that's that for that tutorial. It's raining. Ah! Ah! Tank door. There we go. Thank you. Alright, that was that. Okay, there are 3 more tutorials to go through. Oh, what's this one? Motion controllers. Art tutorial for the motion controllers. Oh. That's the same tutorial as the one for that, except this one explains how to do it with the move controllers. So I don't think I'll go through that one. Or I'll go through that one at a different time. Same time that I go through that one. Just not while I'm recording, because it would seem like a waste of time to do the same thing twice. But right now I got to get something for my headache. That whole sculpture thing was really making my brain hurt. I was like, I don't understand why I'm fucking this up. Alright, I'll be right back. Also, thank you very much, Prism, for being here and agreeing with me on how ridiculous that was. Alright. Whew, okay, I'm back. Took some Excedrin. My head's not as well. I mean, my head still feels the same. I just took the medicine. Alright, so now we're going to learn how to create your own character that you possess so that we can stop possessing Connie and she can get on with her life. So this one's gonna be fun. Definitely.
Connie's hosting a talent contest to find the best characters in the Dreamiverse.
Oh my. Oh.
But she's a no-nonsense judge, and none
Whoa.
of these candidates are up to scratch.
You. You failed. How about you? Oh, no.
Of course, Cuthbert's no use, so let's see if we can come up with something to impress her.
Okay. What the?
Head into the dressing room, also known as edit mode, to get started.
Get off the stage!
In this tutorial, we'll be customizing the appearance of a puppet. So
Yay,
we'll
a
need a blank
puppet.
canvas to start. Go to the assembly menu and open the gadgets menu.
Good.
Now open the gameplay gear menu. In here, find the blank puppet deluxe. The deluxe version is the perfect starting point for making characters. Select it with X and a blue mannequin will appear on your imp.
Hi,
It
I'm
has
a
built-in
Misi.
features like jump and possession animations, which the basic version doesn't have. Connie won't be impressed by a basic puppet, so make sure you select the right one.
No basics here.
Stamp the deluxe puppet in the scene with R2 or X. Get its feet roughly on the floor, but make sure they aren't intersecting with it.
Yeah, you don't want it to be part of your character.
Then press the circle button to unequip the puppet from your imp. If you need to, you can grab and adjust the puppet with R2. In the next step, we'll start exploring the puppet's inner workings.
Alright, Mr. Meeseeks, let's make you something better.
The puppet might look simple, but it's quite a complex gadget.
I bet.
So let's get to know it a little better. It's made up of many objects that have been grouped together. And just like any other group, it can be scoped into. Hover over the puppet with your imp, press and hold L1, and then press X to scope in.
Puppet logic.
Below the puppet, you will now see its base and its logic microchip.
Whoa.
If they're obscured by the floor, you may need to scope out and adjust your puppet's position.
But I did a good job.
The puppet's body is made of sculptures, joined together with connectors.
Okay. I see.
When scoped in, we can grab parts of the puppet to change its pose. Before we do that, find the
T-pose.
button called Puppet Mirror in the context menu. Select this button with X, and your puppet will stay symmetrical when you pose it.
Good.
Of course, you don't have to make it symmetrical, but it's a good way to start. You can always add nuance later. When you move a part of the puppet, all the parts connected to it will also move. The root of the puppet is the pelvis, and every other part is connected in a hierarchy from there. For example, moving the upper arm will move the lower arm and the hand as well. But if you move the pelvis, the whole puppet will move.
Mm-hmm.
Its feet will try to stay in contact with the floor. So if you lower the pelvis, the puppet's knees will bend. You can also rotate parts by grabbing them with L2. Use R2 and L2 to create a new pose for the puppet. Changing the pose can be a great starting point for a character. The pose could be
random.
confident.
I'm not sure if you're knocking your mic or
sad,
something. Oh.
Scared,
There's been a loud noise at random.
or aggressive.
Oh, it might be me knocking into my
forget,
mic by accident.
You can undo any changes with the left
Could also
directional
be
button
me.
if you make a mistake.
Oh, you know what? It could
Use
be
the
the
grab
chair
cam
I'm
to
sitting
adjust
in.
your pose from
Because
different angles.
as I move in
Just
the
hold
chair, or
R1
maybe it's...
over the puppet to activate it.
Yeah, here, let me pause this. The noise could be me, shaking in my chair because I'm doing this, and I'm tapping my feet, because I tend to have restless leg syndrome. So when I get into a motion like this and you see the guy shaking like that, it means I'm moving my feet up and down really fast. Not my feet, just my legs entirely. I'm moving them like really fast or in a certain rhythm. You know, 'cause I just have restless leg syndrome. Plus I'm wearing my headset, so anything that either hits my headset or if I turn my head in a certain way, the headset might pop or clip or click. That could probably be getting picked up by the microphone also. Let me rewind and see what it was saying just a second ago.
Pose could be confident, sad, scared, or aggressive.
Or a T-pose.
Don't forget, you can undo any changes with the left directional button if you make a mistake. Use the grab cam to adjust your pose from different angles. Just hold R1 over the puppet to activate it. When you've finished posing your puppet, move on to the next step.
There. I'm done.
Now we've posed our puppet, we can start adjusting its proportions. To do that, we're going to use the Stretch Tool. Go to the Assembly menu, then open the Tools menu. Select the Stretch Tool. It's the one that looks like a double-ended arrow. The Stretch Tool works like the Move tool in a lot of ways. But with the Stretch Tool, you can move parts of the puppet beyond the limits of the connectors. Try grabbing and moving the puppet's head. Notice the way the neck elongates and shortens.
Really?
Now try it on the hands. This changes the length of the upper and lower arm.
Oh, I'm not doing nothing. Wait, did I do something wrong?
Stretch Tool that looks like a double-ended arrow.
Oh yeah, I forgot to go into that menu.
The Stretch Tool works like the Move tool in a lot of ways. But with the Stretch Tool, you can move parts of the puppet beyond the limits of the connectors.
Oh.
Try grabbing and moving the puppet's head. Notice the way the neck
My
elongates
neck!
and shortens.
No!
Try it on the hands. This changes the length of the upper and lower arm. Some body parts respond differently to the Stretch Tool. For instance, if you move the upper arms, the shoulders will broaden and the chest will expand.
Oh, cool. Not what I was going for.
Scale parts of the puppet using the up and down directional buttons. I'd only recommend doing this to the puppet's extremities though, the head, hands and feet. Puppets are delicate contraptions, and extreme scaling and stretching can make them behave unexpectedly.
I am pretty sure we
But
just
if
saw
anything
that.
does go skew with,
Can I
just undo it using the left directional button.
make myself fatter?
If you know how to use sculpt mode, you could try scoping into
Nope.
the individual body parts to change their shape.
I want to be fat. Come
You
on.
can find a whole tutorial on sculpting in the art tutorials. Have a play around with stretching and scaling and see what you can create. Try making the puppet more cartoony or turn it into a monster. Test out your puppet in play mode to see it in motion.
Totally gonna be buff. What about my legs?
When you're done, return to edit mode.
There we go. I go. Oh jeez. Too much.
Time with L3 to get your puppet back in position. In the next step, I'll show you how to color and stylize your puppet.
Just make him skinny. There. Alright. Let's see, what other tools can I use to change? Whoa. Okay, no. Let's just continue with the tutorial here.
Another way of customizing your puppet's appearance is by changing its color. We can do this by tinting it in coat mode. If you've played my tutorial on coat, style and effects, you'll already know how to do this. In the assembly menu, go to the modes menu and enter coat mode. In the coat mode menu, open the colors menu and select a color for your puppet.
It will be orange.
Now hover over your puppet and hold R2 to tint it with your selected color.
Wait, everything's orange. Oop, that's not gonna help. Let's be a different color.
Hold R2, the stronger the tint will become.
Let's be skin color.
If you want your puppet to be multicolored, simply scope into the puppet.
Now I'm a naked mannequin.
Select a different color from the colors menu. Hover your imp over a part of the puppet you want to tint. How about the
Thanks,
head?
Prism. I hope to see you. I hope to see you later.
R2, just that part of the puppet will be tinted.
I may just be doing only the tutorial at the moment,
You can also
though.
use the
Like,
tools in style you want.
I might be playing.
Stronger the tint will become.
Might be playing and creating stuff tomorrow, because right now I'm just trying to figure everything out.
If you want your puppet to be multicolored, simply scope into the puppet. Select a different color from the colors menu. Hover your imp over a part of the puppet you want to tint. How about the head?
No.
Now, when you press and hold R2, just that part of the puppet will be tinted. You can also use the tools in style mode and effects mode. Try using style mode to change the texture of your puppet. If you don't know how to use style mode, there's an art tutorial which can help you. In the next step, we'll dive into the dressing up box.
Dressing up box. Alright. Let's go back. Oops, not what I meant. I do kind of want to make my shoulders wider. There we go. I have no pants. Or no underwear. I mean, he did say dressing up. That means there might be clothes that I can make. I'll give myself some unders. My undershirt is red. Undies. Black undies. There. I look like I'm wearing a gym uniform now. My other hand, I don't like the way it's sitting. I wish I could move it that way, so it looks like I'm doing the Egyptian. And my foot, that foot doesn't want to work right either. Jeez, I kind of look like I've been punched in the face. Alright, next tutorial.
One of the simplest ways to customize a puppet is by adding accessories. But to make sure they move with the puppet, we need to group them with a body part.
Good point.
Before we do that, it's important to fully understand the concept of scoping in and out of groups and objects. If you've played part 4 of the Start Dreaming tutorials, then you'll already know a thing or two about using groups. Objects in dreams are often combined into groups, which can be treated like a single object in assembly mode. Groups themselves can also be grouped.
She's bored. I'm bored too.
This means that you can have groups nested inside other groups. Let's try scoping in and out of something else before we invade the puppet's personal space. Over there on the floor is a hat box. Make sure you're in edit mode. Now try taking the lid off the hat box. The whole box will move because the lid, the box, and its contents have been grouped. Undo the move with the left directional button to put it back in its place.
There we go.
Now
That's
scope into
right.
the group. Hover over the hat box, press and hold L1, and press X.
Dang, I still
Everything
can't
but
move
the
the
box should
hand.
go grey and blurry. If not,
Whoa!
make sure your visual feedback preference is set to all. This shows that you've scoped into the group and can edit its contents. Now, you should be able to take the lid off the hat box. Inside is another hat box. Try taking the lid off this one. I think you can guess what will happen.
It
This
won't.
smaller hat box is also grouped with its lid and contents. Remove the smaller box and place it next to the large one. Now scope into this group by holding L1 and pressing X over the smaller hat box. The original hat box will go grey and blurry as we've scoped into a subgroup.
Yeah!
Now you should be able to open the smaller hat box.
Got a top hat.
What's inside? A lovely hat. Take it out and place it next to the smaller box. When you've done that, proceed to the next step. Now that we've taken the hat out of the box, let's try putting it on our puppet.
Done.
First, we need to scope out of this group.
Oh my fucking god, I look so great.
L1 and press circle. That takes us back into the large hat box group. Now scope out again into the main scene by holding L1 and pressing circle. Pick up the hat. Ah, we seem to have a bit of a problem here. The hat is still inside the nested groups.
Oh no.
Even though it's outside the hat box.
Okay.
When you scope in and out, only you and your imp are moving in and out of objects or groups.
How do I
Unless
ungroup again?
you're carrying something with you. Scope back into the large hat box group, and then into the smaller hat box group to get the hat. Now grab and hold the hat with R2, and scope out of both groups with L1 and circle while holding the hat. If you've done it correctly, you should be back in the main scene. With a hat you can now move independently of the boxes. That's because scoping in and out of a group whilst holding an object adds or removes it from that group.
Didn't I just do that?
Hurrah!
Though?
Now we can put it on the puppet. Grab the hat, hover over the puppet, then hold L1 and press X to scope into the puppet with the hat. Now scope into the puppet's head while still holding the hat. This is a shortcut for grouping two objects if you're already grabbing one of them. Simply grab an object and scope into another object to group them automatically without having to select them. The same way that scoping into a group while holding an object adds it to the group. Now that it's in a group with the head, place the hat where you want it. Remember to check it from different angles using the grab cam to make sure it's in position.
I actually figured that out already by accident.
Press R2 softly to nudge if you need to make fine adjustments to the position of the hat.
No, I think it's fine. And could go back a little bit, baby.
Before you move on, you should try out the puppet to see it walk around with its new accessory.
I just copied it.
Switch to play mode, possess it with R2, and take it for a wander. Nice. When you're ready to continue, go back to edit mode. Going to play mode and back to edit mode will scope you out of any groups. Remember to rewind time with L3 to get your puppet back in position. Then go to the next step.
It's not on my head. And oh my freaking god! No! I didn't think that would happen! I'm so fucking... Look at me! I'm like Slenderman here. Oh, jeez. Okay, I gotta group them together. I know where I went wrong. There. But just gotta look at. Oh no, it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Hat. What do you? Oh, you know what it is? I'm probably a static thing at the. All right. And the hat is. It's connected to me, but is it? Is it able to move? I forgot how to check for that. Oh yeah, I think there's collidable, movable. That's the button. Okay, now it should be able to sit on my head. Now it is now going to fall off of my head. Did I miss a step here? I have it grouped. Let's rewind.
Now that we've taken the hat out of the box, let's try putting it on our puppet. First, we need to scope out of this group. To do that, simply hold L1 and press circle.
Yeah, he's a part of me.
That takes us back into the large box group. Now scope out again into the main scene by holding L1 and pressing circle. Pick up the hat. We seem to have a bit of a problem here. The hat is still inside the nested groups, even though it's outside the hat box. When you scope in and out, only you and your imp are moving in and out of objects or groups. Unless you're carrying something with you. Scope back into the large hatbox group, and then into the smaller hatbox group to get the hat. Now grab and hold the hat with R2, and scope out of both groups with L1 and circle while holding the hat. If you've done it correctly, you should be back in the main scene, with a hat you can now move independently of the boxes. That's because scoping in and out of a group whilst holding an object adds or removes it from that group. Hurrah! Now we can put it on the puppet. Grab the hat, hover over the puppet, then hold L1 and press X to scope into the puppet with the hat. Now scope into the puppet's head while still holding the hat. This is a shortcut for grouping two objects if you're already grabbing one of them. Simply grab an object and scope into another object to group them automatically without having to select them. The same way that scoping into a group while holding an object adds it to the group. Now that it's in a group with the head, place the hat where you want it. Remember to check it from different angles using the grab cam to make sure it's in position. Press R2 softly to nudge if you need to make fine adjustments to the position of the hat.
Whoa, what the? What?
Before
Okay.
you move on, you should try out the puppet to see it walk around with its new accessory.
Ugh,
Switch
what
to
am I
play
doing
mode,
wrong?
possess it with R2, and take it for a wander. Nice.
I feel like I'm doing
When you're
something
ready
wrong.
to continue, go back to edit mode. Going to play mode and back to edit mode will scope you out of any groups. Remember to rewind time with L3 to get your puppet back in position. Then go to the next step.
Oh, what the hell? How the hell do I? What?
Ready? Remember to rewind time with L3 to get your puppet back in position. Remember to rewind. Ready? Switch to play mode. Possess. Ready to continue. Switch. Ready. Switch. Grouping two objects if you're already grabbing one of them. Simply grab an object and scope into another object to group them automatically without having to select them.
How do I do that? How can I hold down both of those buttons at the same time? Like that? Did I do the thing? Like that?
The same way that scoping into a group while holding an object adds it to the group. Now that it's in a group with the head, place the hat where you want it. Remember to check it from different angles using the grab cam to make sure it's in position. Press R2 softly to nudge if you need to make fine adjustments to the position of the hat. Before you move on, you should try out the puppet to see it walk around with its new accessory. Switch to
Play
play
mode.
mode. Possess it with
Damn it.
R2 and take it for a wander.
This isn't working.
Nice. When you're ready to continue, go back to edit mode.
Doing something
Going
wrong.
to play mode and back to edit mode will scope you out of any groups. Remember to rewind time with L3 to get your puppet back in position. Then go to the next step.
Oh, wrong. This is serious though. I'm like, I can't figure this out. Puppet mirror? I can't group them this way. It's weird. Will you? Hmm. Well, this is the kind of thing that just seems unnecessarily difficult for some reason. I don't know, it just seems so much like it's connected, you know? I move the hat, the head moves with the hat. But then when I go to play mode, it doesn't move with the hat. That's just so weird that it doesn't. Like it's not connected. But it is connected. Huh. And now every time that I select it, it it doesn't give me the option to. That is so weird. And the hat falls off. This is so weird. Like even trying to possess the hat, I end up possessing the person. There's something I'm missing here. I'm doing exactly what the tutorial said to do. Exactly, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because I did that. I mean, I did that because, you know, the hat's supposed to be whatever. That's nope. See, it still does the thing. So weird. Huh, hitting circle also possesses an item. That seems like something they should have mentioned. Alright, well. I changed that. But something isn't right. Something's not right. Huh.
Okay,
Whatever.
let's add some more accessories before our puppet's stage debut. Open the assembly menu and select Search, the button with the magnifying glass, to search for an element. Usually, you'd be in the Dreamiverse here, but for this tutorial, I've kept things simple and curated a collection of elements for you to use. Take a look at some of the accessories in the collection.
Eyeball.
Select one you like with X. You'll now have your chosen accessory on your imp. Don't stamp it down yet though. First we need to scope into the puppet. You can do this even when you have an element from the Dreamiverse on your imp. Scope in with L1 and X, and then scope into the body part that you want to attach it to. If that body part is already in its own group, you'll enter that group. But if the body part is just a sculpture, then you'll create a new group when you stamp the object down. Once the accessory is in the group, you can adjust the accessory while you're there. Try adding some more accessories from the collection. Then it's important to test the puppet in play mode, to check that the accessory is attached correctly. Here's another very important tip. If you ever want to remove an accessory, whatever you do, don't ungroup the body part. If you do that, you'll delete that group's connection to the puppet. And without the connector, your puppet's limbs will start falling off when you go into play mode. And nobody wants that.
Ooh.
Instead, scope into the group containing the body part and the accessory. Then either delete the accessory or grab it and scope out. If there's only one object left in the group, it'll automatically ungroup, and the connector will remain safely connected to the remaining object. Play around with the things you've learned in this tutorial and have fun making a character. When you're happy, select the star podium from the tutorial collection and stamp it down in the outline that we've put in the scene for you.
Well, I can't seem to move
Then head
now.
back into play mode, jump onto the podium, and see what Connie thinks of your creation.
Can't move. I'm stuck. I can't move. Why can't I move? You know what? It's because of the hat, isn't it? This hat is a curse. Why did you give it to me? Okay. There. Where am I? I'm invisible. There's my shadow, though. Ah! Why am I opaque? Why am I so close to the screen? What's going on? Now I can't move this. Something weird is going on. Something very weird. Why am I turning opaque? Why is the camera moving so close? Why is the camera moving so close? Where's the stage? What's going on? Just want to get out of here. You know what, I'm just gonna delete the hat. That's what's causing all the trouble. I can't even do it, because I can't ungroup. This isn't right. How do I can't, I'll delete the entire thing if I do that. How, what? What's going on? I'm deleting these things. Screw them. How do I separate you? Whoa, this hat is creeping me out. Yes, I did it. Now how do I delete it? Yes! Bye-bye hat. Screw that hat. That hat can suck it. Cursed hat. Don't give me anything like that anymore. Yay! It's not being a bad thing anymore. It's working properly. Hooray! Screw that hat. That hat can go to hell. That hat is a menace. I should report it. I don't want to be a jerk though, but I mean, you saw it. You saw that hat. It's a mean hat. It screwed up my character entirely. Alright, let's give me something else then. hat! Ah, I'm not gonna get over that hat. Give myself big old fish lips. Curly hair. That doesn't look like curly hair. That looks like seaweed. Dreads. Lashes. Rubber pipe. Hair swirl. Spiky hair. Uh, how do I change the color? It's up here, right? No. I think I have to change the color later. I can't snap this to the character, can I? No. I don't think I can. I mean, you could do that with, can do that with logic, but apparently not objects. I'm gonna look like I'm gonna look like Rick from Rick and Morty. I don't want to. And quest complete. There. I don't know. Paint. Brown. Give me brown. Can I join them together? Yes. Yes, I can. There. I'll probably make it easier. Oh, no. Whoops. Oh, I still have everything selected. That could be why, or not. Oh, um, All right. Oh, is it still? It's not coloring every single thing. Unless there's one in there that's not connected. There is. Alright. There. Now everything's connected. As far as hair goes. I want it to be shiny. Holy. Not that shiny. Maybe a bit shiny. Nah. Yeah. A bit shiny. Shiny. Ugh. I think that's good enough. Oh, the hair's not attached. It's probably not attached to the head. It is attached to the head. Okay. Oh, don't. The thing that's really bothering me here is that I need to keep adjusting myself while I'm playing this because it's using motion controls. Guess they all got down. Oh my god. Oh my. Actually, I didn't. Well, actually, I have it on my head now. No. Fa. Get out of there. What are you doing? What are you doing? No. Not connected. If only it was as easy as, you know, gluing things in Little Big Planet is. But it's apparently not that easy. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. I have no clue what I'm doing wrong with this. Now what's this? Oh. Huh. bald. Balding. Oh no. Balding. There. I'll be balding. I don't care. Just stop making the cursor go to the edge of the screen like that, please. It's not going to do it. That did it! Wow, I don't know how that did it. Ooh, ooh, okay, back to edit mode. uh, oh, no. Oh, maybe I can rotate the hand. Yes, that's what I had to do. All right, now let's make it look more like the Egyptian pose. Walk like an Egyptian. Why? Whoa! Ow! Painful. Whoa, 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 what? Whoa, come on now. Come on now. Yeah, well. Fix the face. Zoom in. Thank you. Whew. Alright. I want this mustache. Of course, I'm going to do something else. What? Oh, the camera, please stop moving backwards. You know what, fuck. For fuck's sake, I just want to be close. Oh, why is everybody making, like, delicious food right now when I can't eat? Can I bring it, like, I can't be close? I can't be close to the thing? Please let me? Thank you. Gosh. cool. I think I got the hang of doing the thing. Okay. Now, how do I get the thing accept? I'm fine with this. I don't care. So tall. Guess I have to plop the stage down. Ah, here we go. Yeah. Done. Whew. There I am. Yeah. That's amazing. Yeah. Alright, what is this? Character gameplay tutorial. Alright, now we learn how to actually play levels.
Dear. It looks like Cuthbert is really stuck this time. In previous tutorials, you've edited the scene to help Connie reach Cuthbert. But this time, you'll be editing Connie herself, supercharging her with some new abilities to get past the obstacles in the scene.
Oh my.
Bear in mind that this is a complex tutorial in which it's easy to make a mistake.
Oh, okay then.
If you do, remember to use the left directional button to undo.
Okay.
Now go into play mode and see how far you can get.
Cryptic
Possess
way to
Connie
start
with
it.
R2 and press the X button to jump. Oops, she can't even get over the first obstacle. So let's start by souping up her jump height. Switch back to edit mode and we'll get started. To change Connie's jump height, all we need to do is tweak her. So hover over her, hold L1 and press the square button to open her tweak menu.
I'm gonna tweak you.
This is a puppet tweak menu.
I see.
As you can see, it's jam-packed with different options. Thankfully, the setting we want is on the first page.
Good.
All these settings control Connie's overall movement. We could make Connie run super fast or super slow.
Oh.
But nah, that's not gonna help her. A nice high jump is what we need. What do we have here? This slider controls Connie's jump height. Hover over it with your imp and hold X to grab it. Move your imp to adjust the slider to around 3 meters. That should be enough to get over that stack of blocks. The puppet tweak menu also has some really useful testing controls. Click R3 to start time and Connie will come to life. See what happens now if you hover your imp over the jump height slider. You can preview the jump, so you can get it to the perfect height without having to test it in play mode.
That's awesome.
Actually,
Zackbots didn't do that.
I think you should dial it back to 2.5 meters, or she might overshoot the jump. You can make small adjustments to sliders by using the up and down directional buttons. Hover over the slider and use the down directional button to adjust the setting. Feel free to explore some of the other settings in the menu. If you're not sure what a button or slider does, just hover over it for a few seconds and a more info tip will pop up to explain. You can even adjust the strength of gravity on her jump. Turn it down a bit to make her jump more floaty. When you've got Connie's jump the way you want it, give it a test run in play mode. See how far Connie can get now. Then move on to the next step when you're ready to continue.
I did it.
Well, that was pretty cool. Unfortunately, Connie's new jumping skills aren't going to be much use on the next obstacle. And don't even think about making her jump over the top, because that force field will zap her in a second.
Dang.
Instead, let's give Connie the power to crouch. I bet she's always dreamed of it. If you're still in play mode, switch back to edit mode now. Rewind time with L3 to put Connie back at the start. To give her a crouch, we need to scope into her. Puppets are made up of sculptures, connectors, and gadgets that are grouped together.
Oh.
Hover over Connie, press and hold L1, then press X to scope in. When you've scoped into a puppet, you can see its inner workings.
Its brain.
On Connie's back, there's a microchip gadget. It's called Connie's brain, and it contains all her logic and animations. Let's take a look inside.
No!
Hold L1 and press X over it to scope in and open the Microchip Canvas. There's quite a lot going on in here. The gadget I want you to look at is this one in the bottom right corner with the diamond icon. This is a keyframe gadget. If you've played through the Keyframes and Timelines tutorial, you'll already know all about these. Keyframes record changes to things in the scene. They store those changes in a gadget, which can be triggered using logic. This keyframe contains a crouching pose for Connie. Select the keyframe with X, and you'll see a preview of how it looks. Those dashed lines over Connie show that she's being changed by the keyframe.
Well, I can see that. She's a little
Press
shorter.
circle to deselect the keyframe, and she goes back to normal. To be able to activate the crouch keyframe, we need to connect it to Connie's controller sensor. Then you'll be able to make her crouch with a controller button. In the next step, I'll show you how to do exactly that. To activate the crouch, we're going to connect it to Connie's controller sensor. If you've closed her microchip, scope back into her and then scope into the microchip to open it up again.
What button
The
should it
controller
be?
sensor is the large gadget on Connie's microchip.
Maybe circle.
It has a controller icon on it.
I don't know. That's
Open up
also
its tweak menu with L1
repossess.
and square. Now you have a microchip and a tweak menu open, you may need to arrange them on the screen. Make sure that the controller sensor and its tweak menu stay to the left. This is because they generate signals, and signals flow through gadgets from left to right in Dreams. You can also save the 3D space position of tweak menus and microchips, or pin them to the screen, using the buttons that appear at the top when hovering over the canvas.
Gonna connect it to.
This will help you keep them tidy while you're editing logic, which is very important, as it's easy to make mistakes. Now, let's take a closer look at that controller sensor. Ah, look, controller buttons. Just what we need. All playable characters contain a controller sensor gadget like this one. But the gadget can also be used for any situation where you want to detect button presses. To assign our keyframe to a button, we just need to wire it to the controller sensor. We won't use a circle button as that depossesses Connie, and X makes her jump. So how about the square button to crouch?
Here.
Make sure you can see the keyframe on the microchip. Move the tweak menu with R2
Woo!
if you need to.
Oh god.
If you hover
sorry.
over the square button in
Don't
the
mean it.
controller sensor menu,
Like I said,
you'll see ports
didn't
appear
get
on
much sleep.
either side of it. They're just like the ports you see on gadgets.
Yeah.
Ports on the left are inputs, and ports on the right are outputs. Now, You need to be very precise for the next part, as it's easy to make a mistake. Carefully hover your imp over the output port of the square button and press X to create a wire. Stretch that wire over to the keyframe and connect it to the power port on the bottom of the gadget with X. If at any time you make a mistake, just undo it using the left directional button. Once your crouch move is all wired up, close the controller sensor tweak menu. Hover over it, hold L1, then press circle to close. Now try out Connie's new crouch in play mode. See if she can make it under the second obstacle. When you're ready to continue, go back to edit mode. Rewind time with L3 and start the next step. Right, we're on to the final obstacle. There's no way around it, but it looks destructible. So we're gonna make a slam attack for Connie so that she can smash through it. We'll start by recording a pose for the slam. We can do this using a keyframe. Scope back into Connie and open up her microchip if it isn't already open. If you've played my Keyframes and Timelines tutorial, you'll have a bit of a head start on this next part. Go to the Assembly menu and open the Animate menu. Select the keyframe with X. You'll now have a keyframe gadget on your imp. Stamp it somewhere in the scene with R2 or X. The keyframe records changes you make to objects and settings in the scene. It starts recording as soon as you stamp it.
Right.
You can tell it's recording because your imp will change shape and color. Now that we're recording, grab Connie's upper body with R2 and drag it gently down to the floor. Because we're scoped into her, we can move her body parts individually to create a pose. If we weren't scoped in, we'd move Connie's whole body. Notice that her knees automatically bend. Make sure her cone is all the way down to the floor so that you can't see her legs.
Okay.
Keyframes can record changes to anything, even tweak menu settings. So, just for visual flair, let's also make her glow. Hover over Connie's cone, hold L1 and press square to open its tweak menu. Because we're scoped in, this opens the tweak menu for the sculpture itself, rather than the puppet. All the settings on this page change the way Connie's cone looks. Look for the glow slider on the first page. Its icon is a sun. Raise the glow up to about 40%.
Ooh, really? That's pretty bright. I was just
Once
going
you've
with 30.
set the glow, select Stop Recording in the context menu to store the changes to the keyframe. You can close the tweak menu now too. Just hover over it, hold L1 and press circle. Select the keyframe gadget with X to preview what's being recorded. Looks good. Deselect the keyframe by pressing circle. In the next step, we'll continue building Connie's slam attack.
I think I know what's going to happen. I mean,
The next step
kinda
is to
obvious.
place our new Connie animation into a timeline. Using a timeline will let us time the animations and effects of the slam attack. Go to the Assembly menu and back to the Animate menu.
Alright, I
Select
guess we'll
the
do that
timeline
first then.
with X. Hover over Connie's microchip and stamp a timeline above the crouch keyframe. Now let's open the timeline canvas with L1 and X. The slam attack should be a really quick animation. So adjust the canvas so it's only 1 second long. Any longer and it won't feel snappy enough. Hover over the edge of the timeline canvas so that a white line appears along it. You'll also see a white double-ended arrow appear next to the edge by your imp. When you see this, grab the edge of the canvas with X. Move your imp to shorten the timeline to 1 second. Make sure you don't select the trim button by mistake. It's a square button by the numbers at the top of the timeline. It has a black arrow on it. The timeline duration is now correct, but the space is very small.
Yeah.
So let's zoom in a bit. Hover your imp over the timeline canvas, hold L1 and press the right directional button to zoom in. This will keep the timeline duration to 1 second long, but stretch the space so that you can fit more detail into it. If you need to zoom out, just hold L1 and press the left directional button. Now let's put our slam attack keyframe onto the timeline. Grab the keyframe with R2 and place it at the start of the timeline canvas. Make sure you've got the slam keyframe and not the crouch one. The gadget automatically snaps to the surface of the canvas. The keyframe is only a fraction of a second long at the moment, but we need it to fill the length of the timeline. So hover over the keyframe and hold the up directional button to scale it. Make it the same length as the timeline. Now we want to wire the timeline up to a button press, just like we did with the crouch. Move the timeline canvas so that you can see the controller sensor and the timeline gadget. Open the controller sensor tweak menu with L1 and square. I'm going to use L1 as the slam attack button.
L1, huh?
Hover over the output port of the L1 button and press X to create a wire. Stretch the wire down to the timeline gadget and connect it to the power port on the bottom. You can now use the L1 button to perform Connie's slam attack. Give it a try in play mode.
I could also...
At the moment, it's just an animation, so it's
I was going to say I
not
could
going to
also
do
add a
anything
sound.
to the blocks. But in the next step, I'll show you how to add some force to it. When you're ready to continue, return to edit mode, rewind time, and start the next step.
I'm a traffic cone, woo! Beep, 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 beep.
The slam attack animation is all set up, but it's not doing much besides looking cool, so we need to add a gadget to our timeline that will emit a force when Connie slams the ground. The gadget we're going to use for this is the force applier. Go to the assembly menu and open the gadgets menu. Find the move as an output menu and open it with X. The icon for the force applier looks like a gust of wind. Select it with X to equip it to your imp. I hope you've still got the timeline open. If not, open it with L1 and X. Stamp the force applier onto the timeline canvas below the keyframe.
Or above, I mean, either way.
Press circle to unequip the force applier from your imp. The force applier isn't very strong by default, so we'll need to tweak it. To open its tweak menu, hover over the gadget, hold L1 and press square. At the top of the tweak menu is the force strength slider. Its icon is a beefy arm. Drag it all the way up to 100% using your imp. That will ensure the force emitted will overcome the gravity in the scene and the friction between the blocks. Next, increase the force speed to 10 meters per second. That will give the slam attack some punch. If you take a look at Connie, you'll see a green zone around her. Anything in this zone will be affected by the force applier. At the moment, the zone isn't much bigger than Connie. Hover your imp over the zone and arrow gizmos will appear.
Oh, really?
Grab them with R2 and move your imp to change the size of the zone. Or you can scale the zone more precisely in the Force Applier Tweak menu. Go to the tab called Zone Size. Grab the zone size slider with X and set it to about 3.5 meters.
Oh, alright.
Okay, let's test out Connie's new powers. Switch over to Play Mode. Possess Connie and give her new slam attack a try.
Jesus!
Oops! Looks like it's more power than Connie can handle.
Oh yeah.
The Force Applier is pushing her off the platform.
No!
Switch back to Edit Mode and rewind time.
I can fly now. I'm a
In
flying
the final step, I'll show you how to tweak the Force Applier so that it only affects the objects we want it to. To prevent the Force Applier from pushing Connie off the platforms, we're going to use labels.
Oh boy.
Scope back into Connie and open up her microchip. Open the timeline canvas with L1 and X. Now tweak the Force Applier with L1 and square. Labels can be given to any object in the scene, and gadgets like the Force Applier can detect them. In the Force Applier Tweak menu, go to the Labels tab. By default, it will detect all labels. There are labels for all sorts of objects: foes, scenery, targets.
I can see that.
The friend label is used for playable characters like Connie or friendly characters like Cuthbert.
Can I get rid of the
So if we
closed caption?
deselect it, the Force Applier will no longer affect Connie. Hover over the friend button and press X to deselect it. It's the button with the heart icon. Now Connie should be able to blast through the blocks without firing herself off into space. Use her new skills to pass all the obstacles. And you can use your new skills to create some characters for your scenes. When you've successfully rescued Cuthbert, go through the door to finish this tutorial.
Get ready, Wall. You're about to get blown away. Boom, motherfucker. Boop. Woo! Ah! What the? Oh, I can't jump over the thing. Okay, that's right. I jump a little bit higher than I was before. Woo! Guess who? Yeah! Alright, I think that was the last one. Nope, that's right. Dreams Masterclass. This is the last one. Dreamiverse Dash Masterclass. Dash Masterclass. And Sculpting a Male Bust Masterclass. Well, that sounds not good. This all sounds very, very complicated.
Hi, I'm Mark, Creative Director of Media Molecule.
Hello,
I'm going
Mark.
to present a simple masterclass that will hopefully help you use some of what so far and turn that into an entire game. I'm going to be focusing on a remix of the Dreamiverse Dash game. That means take a copy of something, mess around with it, which is always a really good way to learn. I will be reiterating some of the basics that you may have already learnt, but basics make for strong foundations, and strong foundations make for strong structures. So, first of all, try playing the game, get familiar with it, and when you get past the finish line, we'll dive in and start tinkering.
Dive on in. Alrighty then. Woohoo! Battery very low. Woohoo. Don't know what that is. Oh, I'm faster. Woo. Woo. Yeah. Whee! Haha, I'm a crazy person. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. Shit! I spoke too soon. Oops. Probably shouldn't. Yeah, there we go. Oh, oh, up, up. Boom! Right through it. Oh, that's that's not good. I'm too fast. Too fast. Too furious. No. Bat Connie. I was doing pretty good there for a while. I forgot that the blue things were electrified. Alright, now we got stuff.
Okay, let's start by making sure we feel comfortable navigating the space. So here's a quick reminder of how we do this. If you feel you're already a master at camera controls, then you can skip this step.
No.
Use the left stick to move forwards, backwards, left or right. Use the right stick to look in a different direction. If I hold down L1, I can now use the left stick to move up and down instead of forward and backward. We use the L1 button a lot to alter the functionality of other buttons, much like a shift key on a computer keyboard. So, if you ever hear me accidentally say shift, you'll know I mean L1.
Oh, okay. Just
This level is
don't
pretty
re-record
large,
anything.
and it's pretty slow using this method if you want to get to the other side of the track, for example. So let's remind ourselves of some quicker ways of moving around. If I position my imp tip over a place I want to go, I can hold down L1 and tap R1. This will zip us there in an instant. Finally, another useful method is to position your imp tip over a place you want to go to, just like before, except this time hold R1, which will lock your imp onto whatever you were hovering over. You can now use the left stick to zoom in and out and the right stick to orbit around the point you grabbed. Using this method, you can also use the motion sensor in your controller by physically moving the whole thing to orbit around the point you grabbed. This is a very nice method once you get used to it. Have a go. It's worth spending time with these techniques until you feel comfortable moving around. When you feel you're getting the hang of it, click the big arrow and we'll do the next step. Okay, you should be confident about moving around with camera controls now, so let's start changing the actual scene. Before we do that though, you may have noticed lots of these little bright cubes scattered around. These are gadgets.
Right.
We don't need to see them for now, so let's hide them. Go to the menu, find the Show Hide button, and make sure electronics are turned off. That'll make things a bit clearer. Okay, let's start changing the track layout. In this step, I'll be talking about deleting, moving, and cloning. If you feel you're already a master of these techniques, then feel free to skip this step. A really easy thing to do is just delete some bits. Position your imp tip over a module. You'll see it highlight to show which thing you're over, and then you can simply press the triangle button to delete it. You'll also find a delete tool in the menu. Remember, use the square button to show or hide the menu. In the Tools menu, you'll find the Delete tool, but I suggest you try to remember the shortcut buttons. It will make for a far more fluid experience, and
Yeah,
this
I
is
know.
a masterclass after all.
Delete.
Sometimes you'll notice these
The
little
triangle.
white outlines that remain. These were added as an artistic choice using Paint mode after the various track modules were placed.
Ah, I see.
If you want to learn more about painting, then check out the art tutorials. But for now, feel free to just delete them if you wish. It won't affect how the scene plays either way. And remember, you can use the left and right directional buttons to undo or redo your actions. We can also really easily move any of the pieces in the scene. Move is the default tool for the imp in edit mode. You'll know the imp has this tool equipped by the icon on its tip. You should see these 4 arrows.
Ah, I
If you see
see.
something else, then you have another tool equipped.
These corners are
but
all
you can easily
connected that
lose it
way.
by pressing the circle button to get back to the move tool. So, to move something, position the imp tip over the bit you want
Apparently
to
it's only
move,
those two.
then press and hold R2 to grab it. Now you can move it. Note that you can still use the sticks to navigate the scene while holding an object. You can also select a bunch of things using the X button, and then move or delete them all at the same time. Just press X on each bit you want to select, or hold down X and swipe over all the bits you want to select. Press the circle button to unselect everything you've selected. Cloning things in the scene is a quick and easy way to start adding things. To do this, simply hold down L1. Remember, we treat L1 like a shift key on a computer keyboard. Then grab using R2 as before and move it. This will make a copy. To try out any of the changes you make, press the Options button to bring up the Options menu and select the Play Mode icon. Then we can test what we've just done. Press the Options button again and select Edit Mode to go back and make more changes. When coming back into Edit Mode from testing your scene, you can choose to rewind time so that everything is back in its starting state and the character is back in the starting position. So just press this button in the menu or use the L3 button for a shortcut. But you don't have to rewind time when you come back into Edit Mode. Sometimes it's useful to make modifications as you go along, switch back into Play Mode and carry on from where you left off. I suggest you have a little practice. Modify the scene a bit, move some things, copy some things, clone some things. And when you feel confident, we'll go on to the next step. Hello again. I know some of you out there like to be all neat and tidy, line things up, keep things at right angles, etc. If this is you, then you can use the various guides to make you feel less itchy. Grid Snap is most useful for this. Look in the menu under Guides. Turn on Grid Snap with X, and then you can make the grid coarser or finer. Now, when you move an object, you'll see that it snaps to a grid.
Can't tweak the lighting effects. That's weird. Oh, you know what it is? I have the one thing set.
Turning on Obey Auto Guides will also help with moving and placing stuff. It literally means behave as you do in the home space. Depending on which item you select, it will try to make it easier to place for you. This behavior is determined by the creator of each individual item, with a gadget we'll discuss elsewhere. In most cases, it will make the object align to the surface of other objects. Go ahead, have a practice at using the guides, then when you're ready, we'll move on to the next step.
You can't look at both at the same time. You can only look at the electronics and the lights individually? That's weird.
So, Let's add some new objects to the scene without using
That's
the
very
clone tool.
odd.
If you can't see your menu,
I
remember to
kinda
use the
don't
square
like that,
button
actually.
to make it appear. For some new objects, we'll need to go and search the Dreamiverse.
How can
Do
I look
that
at
by
the
clicking this
tweak
button
menu
on the assembly menu.
on the lights if
You can go
the
looking
lights...
for whatever you want.
Oh, there
but
we
for
go.
the
I
sake
got
of this
the
tutorial,
tweak menu
we'll
for
stick
the...
to the Dreamiverse collection. So make sure you're
Oh.
in there. Go in and
Must be
choose a
something
bounce
all the
pad
way
with
over there I
X.
accidentally grabbed. Can't look at that.
You can now stamp
weird.
some objects
Maybe it
into
just
the
doesn't
scene
have one.
using either X or R2.
It probably just
Whichever
doesn't
you
have
prefer.
one.
Let's turn on Obey Auto Guides, so it's easier to put these things on the floor. Go to the menu, select Guides, then
There we go,
Obey
there's a
Auto
light.
Guides.
On that. It's a possibility we don't get to use this? Oh, no, we no doubt get to use this. I mean, are these
Let's
lights
get another
even?
object, a balloon. Now, make sure
that's
all the
weird.
guides are off and stamp a balloon in the air. Before I stamp it though, note that I can rotate it using the touchpad. Just slide your finger on the touchpad in different directions to rotate it.
Yeah, not doing that. Sorry.
While we're on the subject of rotating, let me show some other ways to do this. Try grabbing something by holding R2.
R2. There you
Then
go.
use the touchpad to rotate it, just like we did before we stamped the balloon.
Wait, did he say R2? I think he meant
Another way
L2.
is to grab and hold with L2 instead of R2. You can now rotate the object using the motion sensor by physically rotating your controller. Note
Exactly.
that it rotates around the point you grabbed with the imp tip.
Yes.
And finally, using the L2 grab method, you can also use the left and right sticks to rotate. If you rotate using the left and right sticks like this, the gyro method, by which I mean using the motion sensor, will be disabled until you re-grab. So go ahead, try putting some new elements into the scene. Once you're comfortable with this, you know all you need to know to go off and put some new scenes together. Go to Dream Shaping, start a new game scene, and use other people's objects and characters you find in the Dreamiverse. This will get you a long way. If you feel like learning some more though, stick around and hit next when ready. So, by now you know how to build a scene from scratch, but let's explore a really quick and easy way to add some movement and bring your scenes to life. Let's animate a part of the track using Dream's very own special version of motion capture. Make sure time is paused and that you have rewound the scene. First off, find something that you feel could do with a bit of movement in it. Then grab it with R2 and practice the movement you'd like it to do. Remember, you can use the left directional button to undo if you accidentally leave it in an odd place. Don't be too precious right now. We'll learn how to be more precise later on. Let's just get something moving to learn the principle. Okay, when you feel you've got a good idea of what movement you're going to do, open the menu with the square button, find the Animate button, and grab yourself an action recorder. You'll now have an action recorder gadget on the end of your imp. You may notice that all other gadgets in the scene have appeared. If you'd previously...
Shit! I keep trying to land on the
We won't
box.
see gadgets now, so this is all fine.
Oh no!
Stamp it into the scene with the X button. You can move this later if you like. Just put it out of the way for now, in the corner for example. This object will capture and store the performance you are about to make. Once you've placed it, it will be armed and ready to start recording. But don't panic. It isn't actually recording yet. Take your time, breathe. Only when you grab the item you want to move will the recording start. So let's do it. Remember, it will only record while you are actually grabbing something, unless you have time running already. So you can let go, Have a cough or a sneeze, for example, then re-grab and carry on adding more movement if you like.
Have a cough or a
If you
sneeze.
feel that you want to start again,
Itch your nose.
just hit the retake button. You'll have a fresh recording attempt.
Okay.
When you feel
That
you're
sucked.
happy enough, press the stop recording button to finish capturing your moves. Congratulations! You just officially became an animator. Start time using this button, or use the R3
Oh
shortcut.
my.
And hey presto, movement. By default, things animated with this technique will loop forever.
Congratulations, you just become an animator. Get ready to have a miserable life. Oh no! Okay.
To collage a scene together, you can animate it too. So there's really nothing to stop you making some great platforming style games now. Go on, have a go.
Oh no 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 no!
Press next to
Whoa!
more exciting stuff.
No no no! Nope, 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 nope. Rah! Let's try going this way. Don't, don't. Whoa, that was weird. I went right through it. Take the fastest time possible.
Hello again. Let's get a bit deeper now. Assuming you haven't gone triangle button mad and deleted everything in the scene, there will be some objects in there that you can modify in ways other than just deleting them or moving them. Let's find one of these bounce pads, for example. Let's turn on electronics, as we want to look at those now. If they aren't already visible, then go to the Show Hide on the menu and make sure electronics are turned on. Notice, if you hover over the object you animated, you will see the path that it follows. And the gadget the animation is in will throb. You can delete the gadget with the triangle button if you want, or leave it. It's up to you. Position your IMP's tip over the object and select it with X. You'll then see these contextual buttons appear. This bounce pad isn't actually a single object. It's a few objects that have been grouped together. But we can go into this group to mess around with the individual members of it, much like going into a folder on a computer. Press this button to scope into the group. You'll notice everything else go grey and blurred, except the things in the group. Yes, some of these things are still colourful. They're a special case, which we'll ignore for now. Pressing the Hide Everything Else button will make it super clear what is in this group, as it will hide everything else. We are now scoped into this bounce pad, and you'll notice there's a gadget has appeared, which was invisible before. Gadgets will hide themselves unless you are in the same scope as them. There are exceptions to this, but we don't need to concern ourselves with those right now. So, you can go back or leave this scope by pressing this button in the corner. You can also use a shortcut to scope in and out. Hover over the object, hold L1 and tap X. This will take us in. Holding L1 and tapping circle button will take us out. In, out, in, out. Shake it all about.
Yes.
So, make sure you are in the bounce pad scope. You should see this gadget, a microchip. You can recognize a microchip by this little symbol. We can look inside the guts of a microchip by either selecting it with X and using the Open Microchip button, or by holding L1 and tapping X. This will tunnel us into the microchip.
He's
and
pretty
reveal
much
some of its inner
reiterating
workings
like
by
everything
its
that I
circuit
just learned up to this point. I'm guessing
possible
that
you may be
during the
looking at
alpha
back
and the
of the circuit
beta,
board when you
this is
first
the
open it.
tutorial that
If that
everybody
happens,
got,
then simply move your
which
camera to look at it from a better position.
isn't as
Or you can also use
in-depth
the L1
as
plus R1 trick
the other
on the
ones
circuit
were,
board to quickly zip to a
but
better
I
viewing
gotta
position.
say it's
We
also
won't
less
concern ourselves
confusing
right now with
when I think
everything
about
on
it.
the circuit board. Let's just try changing the value on this slider using X. This will affect how high the bounce pad sends the character. Try ramping it up, and then switch to play mode to try it out. Remember, you've only changed one bounce pad though, not all of them, so try to remember which one you changed.
It also explained how to
Come back into
use
edit
bounce pads,
mode
apparently.
and locate the bounce pad microchip that you left open.
Are they called bounce pads in this? They look more like bumpers,
You can close
but
the
I
circuit
guess you could
board
call
by
them bounce
pressing
pads.
this little button in the corner, or by hovering the imp tip over the board itself and pressing the L1 and circle button shortcut. But feel free to leave it open if you wish. You can happily scope out of the bounce pad, but leave the circuit board open. You won't need to scope in now to change the slider, but once closed, you'll have to scope in again to see the microchip and open it up. Lots of the items in this scene have a circuit board with a slider or two on them. So hunt around the scene, scope in, find them, experiment. Come back when you feel ready to learn some more.
Find them. Kill them. Don't question me. Find them, kill them, and don't question it.
Did you come across any camera pointers or trigger zones in your explorations yet? No? Then let's find one. There should be one right near the start gate. Assuming you haven't deleted them all, they look like this. This is a trigger zone, and this is a camera pointer. Notice that when you hover your imp tip over either of these gadgets, a wire will appear. This shows us that they're connected to each other. A trigger zone is a way of saying, when something enters a certain area, do something. In this case, the trigger zone activates the camera pointer. When the cone character is in the trigger zone, a camera pointer will force the camera to look in a defined direction. If you select the trigger zone with the X button, then you'll see the area that it cares about. You might need to zoom out a bit to see it fully. If you position your imp tip over the green zone, you'll see that arrows appear. These show us that we can change the dimensions of the area. Just hold down R2 and drag. Press the circle button to deselect the trigger zone. There is another way to change the parameters of a trigger zone that gives you more control, but I'll save that for another time. We'll keep it simple for now. If you now select the camera pointer, you'll see some arrows appear. These show you the way the gadget wants to make the camera look. If you grab the camera pointer gadget by holding L2 instead of R2, you'll be able to change the defined angle. Use either the sticks or motion sensor. Let's look over here, and we'll see a trigger zone that has multiple wires coming off it. We can trace these wires to see what they are connected to. Handy little tip. If you use the L1 plus R1 trick on a wire, it'll take you to the other end of it. Very handy. We can see that we are connected to this large microchip. We'll take a look in there later. The other two wires are connected to camera pointers. If there's more than one camera pointer connected to a trigger zone, then the camera will blend between the two defined angles, based on how close the character is to each one. It's also worth noting, if you have a camera pointer in a scene that isn't connected to a trigger zone, then it will be on all the time, and take away a player's ability to manually control the camera angle. When you feel you've understood trigger zones and camera pointers, why not try adding your own somewhere?
Very
You'll find the
cool.
bits you need under Gadgets in the menu. Trigger zones live in Sensors and Input, and camera pointers live in Cameras and Lighting. Simply stamp them into the scene and connect them like so. Grab this little port with X or R2 and connect it to the power port on the camera pointer. Have a little play, and when you feel you've got it, we can move on to the next step. Okay, let's start messing around with some other stuff. First of all, if you haven't already found it, find the big microchip labelled Level Logic. You see this little symbol down here? Remember, this tells us that this is indeed a microchip and has some exciting stuff inside to look at.
Exciting.
To take a look inside, we can select it and press the Open Microchip button, or hover over it with your imp tip, hold L1 and press X. This will reveal the guts of the microchip. Don't be put off by the word microchip, by the way. It's just like a cupboard. You can put stuff in it, and it helps to keep things neat and tidy. You can close it again by clicking the close icon, or by holding L1 and pressing the circle button, either on the chip itself or on the revealed circuit board. So let's take a look at what this microchip contains. First of all, we have a sun and sky gadget. This will let us change some parameters regarding the sun and sky. So let's do that. But first, remember how I said microchips have this symbol on the corner, like this? Well, we can see the sun and sky gadget.
Ah, that explains
which looks
why I
very
couldn't
similar to a
adjust the
microchip, doesn't have the
couldn't
symbol.
tweak those items
This
because
isn't like a cupboard.
they were
This is
inside
more
of
like
the
a cup in a
microchip.
cupboard.
Okay.
Are you keeping up with me? Feel free to go and get a cup of tea. It's pretty simple. There are microchips
I
and
already drank some
gadgets.
orange juice, don't worry.
Microchips have this little symbol, gadgets don't. Why am I going on about this, I hear you say?
What?
Well,
I'm not
to
saying
get
that.
inside a microchip, as I've already said, we can use the L1 and X shortcut. But to see what delights a gadget has to offer, we use a different shortcut. We use L1 and square button, often referred to as tweaking. Or, of course, you can simply select it and use the tweak button on the context menu. Why not use the same button for opening a microchip and a gadget, I hear you say? Good question. I'm going to answer that. Microchips can be both opened up and tweaked. If you
Yeah,
use the tweak
two different
shortcut
menus.
on a microchip,
So of course
L1
you're going to hit
square,
two
remember?
different buttons.
then you'll get the microchip's
Square
tweak
gets the
menu,
tweak button,
not its
and
circuit
X
board.
gets the
On a
microchip
microchip's
button
tweak
itself.
menu, you can change its color and the icon it displays, amongst other things. You'll care more about this when you start making your own microchips, but for now, we'll just close this.
Oh
I
no,
thought it was
I
worth showing
totally
you, as it's
understand that.
inevitable you'll accidentally
Two different
open the
menus
chip's
makes more
tweak
sense.
menu when you mean
Having
to open
everything
its circuit
compact
board.
into a single
But no
menu
need to worry, you'll
just
soon get
kind of
used to it.
complicates things, and you have to
So,
keep changing
anyway,
between menus,
let's tweak
which I
this
mean in
sun and
some
sky
way is
gadget.
okay, but at the same
L1
time
plus
it
square
makes
button.
the menus
Notice that
system
if I move the camera around,
so
the
freaking
tweak
huge
menu
it takes
will
up the
follow
rest
me.
of the screen.
This is their default behavior.
There were a lot of problems like that in Little Big Planet.
If
There
you prefer
were
it not to
too
do
many
that,
menu
then simply
options,
press
and you
this
had to
little
scroll
button
through
here,
them
and it will sit in the world.
and go
This
forever.
tweak
Like the
menu has
costumes,
two
for
pages.
example.
The
Getting the
first
right
page
costumes, you
controls
had to
the sun
go,
brightness
oh my
and
god,
color, etc.
through
Let's
so
look on the
many
second
different
page.
things. It
Select
was
this
so
tab by
disorganized.
pressing the X button
I mean, you could
on the
organize it,
top.
obviously, but
By
you'd
holding
spend
down the X
hours,
button and
not
dragging
hours,
these
I'm
sliders, you
over
can change the
exaggerating.
color and brightness of the sky.
You'd
You can
spend
grab the whole menu
minutes
by holding down R2
just
if I want to
searching for
move it
one
to see
thing.
more clearly.
It kind
Remember,
of got
X
ridiculous.
button to change something
But,
on a tweak menu,
you know,
R2 to grab and move the whole menu.
kind of can't help that,
Let's change
to
a
be
few
honest.
sliders and see what happens.
And I'm not saying something like that wouldn't happen in this game. I mean, there are so many different menu options already.
Now, let's take a look at this grade and effects gadget. These apply effects and colors to the
I mean,
whole
it
screen.
kind of comes with the territory of
Have a
having
little muck around, test it out in
a
play
billion
mode,
things to
and
choose
if you're
from,
feeling really
you know?
ambitious, why not try hooking up a trigger zone to a grade or sky gadget and see what happens? Note that if you have more than one grade or sky gadget in a scene, and they are active at the same time, they will average out their settings with the other gadgets of the same type. When you're ready, come back for the final step in this masterclass.
Oh, it cut him off there.
So let's finish up by looking in this gadget here, Global Settings. Remember, L1 plus square button to get at its tweak menu. We can use this to set how strong gravity is in the scene, for example. Be sure to tick this button on, or it will ignore
Global
the setting.
settings.
As for the rest of the stuff in here, feel free to take a look inside. I won't go into detail, we've covered enough for one tutorial, but just to give you an overview, let's skim over them. This chip handles a firework display at the end of a race. This one hides the finish gate until you're halfway around the track, to stop players cheating. But you could solve that with careful scene design, or simply not having a looping track, for example. This chip handles the music, and it's a rather fancy way of doing things. It does different things depending on whereabouts in the race you are, but you can just stamp a simple piece of music into the scene if you like, job done. Or have no music at all, of course. This chip here puts up some simple text instructions, and finally, some more audio stuff. A simple mixer. Again, you don't need to use any of this stuff, but in future, as you get more professional about things, you may really want to. So, that wraps up this masterclass. I hope it's taught you something useful. You now know everything you need to start making new scenes. Why not go and try making a new game scene from scratch in dream shaping? Find some objects and a character, maybe a piece of music, and publish it. Go on, I dare you.
I dare you. Go on, I dare you. Great. Alright. Alright, I guess I can get out of here by the options menu, right? Yeah. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Well done. And the last one, sculpting male bust masterclass. Yeah, no, I don't see me doing this. I mean, until I... Oh, shit! 21! Oh my god, 21 tutorials. Alright, let's see what the heck's going on with this first. If it's something that I really don't need to know, I guess I'll just leave.
Hello, I'm Kareem, Art Director of Media Molecule. Today I will be doing a sculpture masterclass. I'll be modeling a male bust and going through basic modeling techniques to block the general form of the sculpture and build up to more detailed techniques and more sculptural philosophies and attitudes to find your own personal style in Dream. I hope you find it inspiring for you to start sculpting and find your own style in Dreams.
I more than definitely will be doing this in VR.
Phase is to block out
Can't really deal with the camera
of all the head and bust components. Here we go. This is a sculpture pedestal that I've made earlier for the purpose of this tutorial. Also, I've made the space around us and put in it some of my favorite sculptures for inspiration and reference.
As you can see, he's using Move controllers. Makes sense.
Nice lights to help us sculpt in a nice atmosphere. Before we start the sculpture, I would like to recap that it's very important to have learned the camera controls.
Yes.
In the Dream tutorials, you will find tutorials just focusing on the camera controls and tells you all about the different nuances of it. The most important one is the grab cam, where button, pull myself towards that point, or push myself away, you see that the camera is moving accordingly. It's very important to have practiced this. There is also other features in the camera, like zooming, which makes you zoom in right close to an area in order to work on very fine detail. I would recommend that you practice using the camera controls now, and when you feel confident in them, click the arrow on the video to go to the next step.
All right. Let me hear what he had to say again.
Hello, I'm Kareem, Art Director of Media Molecule.
Not everything that I had
and
to say, though.
build techniques and in tutorials. Pressing your move button on your primary controller will grab the point in space that your imp tip is over. This is the imp tip on top of the imp here. So if I put my imp wherever I want to go, press the move button, pull myself towards that point, or push myself away, you see that the camera is moving accordingly. It's very important to have practiced this in order to proceed with the sculpt tutorial. There is also other features in the camera, like zooming, which makes you zoom in right close to an area in order to work on very fine detail. I would recommend that you practice using the camera controls now, and when you feel confident in them, click the arrow on the video to go to the next step.
Doesn't help that this thing's like in my face.
The first thing I'm going to do is open my sculpt menu by pressing the T button on my secondary controller. I will pick the modes and choose the sculpt mode. Sculpt mode defaults on shapes. The shape I'm going to start with is the sphere shape. When I start pressing my T button on my primary controller, I can smear my shape continuously like that. This is the tool that sculpt mode defaults in. Instead, I'm going to change to Stamp Shape tool, which allows me to stamp singular stamps of my chosen shape. This is the tool I'm going to start with in my sculpture. Now I need to stretch my sphere shape. To do that, I'll use Form. I tap my two controllers together, which puts me into the form state. Once I'm happy with that, I press the T button on the secondary controller to lock the shape that I've stretched. Something like that. Now I need to turn on some guides to help me place my first edits. To do that, I will open my menu again, press the guide menu and select the Stay Upright guide. Pressing that fixes my shape to upright position only and doesn't go in any other orientation. By pressing the second toggle beside it, it allows it to only rotate by 90 degrees only, like this. The next guide I'd like to enable.
Oh no, I am not doing what you think I am doing, so stop that, dirty boy.
To work in symmetry, which is very useful for modeling ahead. To do that, I will go to the guides, enable it, and this
in this mode
activates the
there's no
guide,
D-pad,
which places a copy of every edit I do.
Ah, that's how you do.
Useful in modeling ahead.
Or is
You
it?
can see the mirror plane as well is drawn in the center. I will
That's how you do on
switch that off because I prefer modeling without.
Hello and welcome to the stream. Oh goodness.
Now to place my first stamp, I'd like to get my two mirrored copies exactly aligned on top of one another. To do that, I try to get that center line aligned as much as I can. When I do that, I press the T button on the primary controller to place my edit. For the second edit for the back
This
of
is
the head,
actually a lot
I will
easier to
turn
maneuver
my
the
shape
controller
by
or
90 degrees
to get
and
through the menus and stuff. So that's
intersect
pretty cool.
with the front of the head. I would like to also blend that shape onto the first one more softly. To do that,
Oh, I can't rotate
will
it like this.
activate
I think I
one
have
of
to.
our other features called the soft blend. To soft
Oh, I
blend,
can't.
I press the square button on my secondary controller and twist my hand like that. This allows my shape to blend with the previous shape in a softer way. And when I'm happy with the blend amount, I press the T button on my primary controller to stamp my shape like that.
T move, T clone.
Move on to the next step when you're ready.
I gotta figure out how to rotate this. Holding down. No, I ain't doing it. Maybe if I'm holding it, I can realign it, but that just puts it by default that way. Because doing it this way, it's just going to move left and right. Square, circle, X. Ah, that copies it. I am not. Yeah, just delete it. Alright. Well, part of me feels like I gotta grab it, but the T button on this is it's completely different than the T button on this. What does that say? Second controller triangle button and T to clone. Alright. So what happens if I hit square and T? Nothing? Okay. Circle? Oh, that rescales it. Oh, shit. Is that okay. Alright. No, that don't do nothing. Yeah, that does. What? I mean, that's pretty much what he wanted me to do, but I also have to figure out how to really rotate this stuff. I'm not getting it. Oh, wait, there we go. Why is it doing it for that one, and it wasn't doing it for the other one? Let's try the other one again. No, now it is. That's weird. Huh. Oh well. Next tutorial.
The back of the head is a little bit too long. To modify the shape, I go to my stretch tool, grab the back of the head, and move it inwards like that.
Stretch tool.
Now I need to change to subtract, so suggest the Joe shape. To do that, I will pick a different shape, the cube, and press this button up here to change to subtract. This allows me to cut out shapes instead of adding them. There is also a shortcut to toggle between adding and subtracting, like that. From now on, I will be using...
Whoa, he's moving a little fast there. He said what button I'm supposed to press to add and subtract, but I didn't catch that. Oh, there it is. No, that's just to delete entirely. Alright. Part of me feels like I should just go with it and try things out. At the same time, I do want to follow the tutorial. Alright. So, what was I looking for? Shit, I lost my train of thought. I have the stretch tool on, and then after that I was thinking I was going to do something else. What was it? Oh, stop. Is there any way to turn that off? Oh, right. The shape tool. What was it called? Or not the shape, the tool that blends. Is this it? No, looseness. Cloning. Alright. Oh, can I go? Oh, wait, how do I go back? Oh, like that. And maybe it's in style? tool called again? I learned it in sculpting, but then again in sculpting I was doing really bad. Oh, look at the right. Oops. And it's not in flex. I don't think it was. No. Start new sculpture. Edit shape. Oh wait, isn't this it? No. What is it? Oh. It's the symbol of it. Looseness amount. Grip. Alright, it is all one object. Selected. No, not collision. Maybe if I go into it. How do I do that in this mode? Before it was like you hold down L1 and press X. What is it for this one? Hold on square and press X? Oh, it opens up a menu apparently. Hold down T, no that. It's of course gonna do that. Oh, there we go. No, this is... No. I brought it back. There we go. Uh, Oh, wait a minute. Isn't it in stamps? No, no, no. Yeah, I think it's in stamp mode. Do I have stamp mode turned on still? I'm gonna check that again. Shoot. There. No, I'm on this. Spray paint. Looseness. Crop. Cut out. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Now I gotta do this again. Keep trying to grab it with like resize. Hmm. I don't know, part of me doesn't even know what the heck to make though. That's the thing. I'm like, what am I gonna be making now? Making something oval shaped. I don't like the color though. How do we change that in this mode? Not like that. Orange, please. Orange, oh glad I did not say banana. Orange, yes. I can make a basketball. Let's try this add and subtract now. Wait, what? No, that's not add and subtract. I think that was here. Yeah. Wait, what? This doesn't look right at all. And it don't work on that. Huh. I just want to delete around there. There we go. Edit shape. No, it's still not. How do I do this? Build mode is so complicated. I'm just gonna just go to the next.
Now.
Just skip all this. Sculpting is not my thing.
No.
No.
And now to. And now to. Now to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to learn to use these move controllers, so definitely for the future when I get VR. But right now, I'm just like, this tutorial is not really meant to help you learn how to use the move controllers. It's kind of a way to finite your abilities when using the move controllers. So yeah, not I don't like this at all. It don't look good at all. Hooray! Delete. Kill it. Not really. You don't really know how to do this here. How do I turn on grid snap again? I guess I would have to go out of here and go into the grid snap. Yeah. This also, I am hungry. I'm like stabbing myself right now. Alright, gotta turn off grid snap. It's getting... How do I rescale it? I forgot. Resize? Circle? What am I resizing here again? Am I resizing the thing I'm currently? Yeah. What? Oh. How's that happening? Stop going... Stop going... Wow, this is gonna take forever. What? Okay. Now stop increasing the size. Alright, what direction does it want me to go? Get that out of my face. No! Ugh. Whoops. No. uh. Stop increasing. Why are you increasing? Wait a minute. Oh, that's how. Okay, that's what it's. Okay, I get it now. All right. Ugh. Oh, that just looks ugly. Is there any way to like smooth this out? I would like to know. Like just smooth it out like paste or something. 'Cause I can tell you, I can work with clay. I worked with clay a million times, and this is nothing like working with clay. No. It's not the thing. What the hell is this? Alright, never mind. There's got to be some kind of smoothing tool, something that you can use to smooth this stuff out, because right now I'm looking, I don't see nothing. As much as I want to see something, I don't see nothing. And look at that. That isn't even what I was hoping it would be. Maybe it's this. That's ridiculously big. So making it like a shiny turd now. Not at all. What I was going for, not what I wanted at all. You would think it would be in here with the sculpting stuff. It's not looseness. Why aren't you... Okay. hole. I don't get it. Like, I want to be able to just, like, mold this. Like, take it and do something with it. But it feels like there's absolutely no way to do that. And that's pissing me off. You would think it'd be this, right? I can't. I can't. I can't even. I can't even. I don't get it. I don't get it. Alright. I'm gonna make an orb. There, I made an orb. Now add and subtract. Alright, I can do this. This is good. This is good, I guess. But you gotta do it like... You gotta do it before... you get rid of the object. That's, setting. Fuck, come on. Another mention of these camera tools are terrible. These camera tools are all... There. I call it apple. Bees. Into the darkness. You know what? Exit. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye. Alright. Press start. Alright, exit. Oh. That was... oh. Why? Oh my. Why? Oh. Alright, well that was all of the tutorials except for the ones involving motion controllers, which I'm going to do on my own time. Woo! Excuse me. So let me see, we got Browse Creations. And my creations, which there are none here, obviously. Let's go ahead and look at some creations. Yeah. I forgot about you.
In a moment, you'll be creating and editing your own scenes in edit mode. Scenes are like levels in a game, or scenes in a movie. They're made up of elements. Elements are like props, sets, music, effects, and characters. Anything that you can build inside a scene and save to the Dreamiverse. Scenes are connected together to form dreams. And these dreams can be found when you go dream surfing.
Collections, story scenes, game scenes, characters, music, sound effects, instruments, vehicles, animations, dreams, link scenes, effects, all the standard stuff. I've got nothing. Start fresh. Alright. So, let's see here. Creator, community jam, home space editor. You got a lot of new stuff now. Steps. Cut. Okay. Frames shaping. Allcreator. See what it says now. Ah, my eyes.
Oh, look at you.
Hello.
This is your aura. Your creativity grows and evolves. Your aura will change to reflect your activities. You can become a specialist at one aspect of dreams, or dabble in every area as you like. It can also help others find you, so you can combine your talents and make something amazing together.
Leveled up. I am now level 9. I know what you like to do. Art! You are picture perfect. Art may not be what you spend most of your time doing, but it's what makes you special in the Dreamiverse. Without you, the Dreamiverse would be a lot less beautiful. My creations. None. Oh yes, it's just still advanced in art. Design, curations, animations, audio, play, art, passion. Write a comment. What about me? Oh, I can use this to do that too. Polymath. What are those? Play later, dreamers, notifications, my creations. Make it from scratch. Collections. Oh, they want me to make one of these things. Alright, I'll make a character. Hello. Change color. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, my arm was in the way. Right. Wait a minute. It's still not the right color. There. Don't. How do I undo? I don't need to. Maybe I do. I can't undo. Square to undo. This to undo. Oh, whoops. How do I undo in this mode? There we go. Oh, the direction I'm pointing in. Yes, okay. There. Yeah. No, come on. Alright, what was the one mode? These flags are all not all that useful. They're very not round. I would like a round one. I will take this cribble and hope for the best. There. There. Oh no. Ooh, I'm very hungry. Very hungry. How do I save? This'll do. That's all I have to do. Yeah, I'll go with that name. Oh, so hungry. Looks so bad. I made one thing. Oof. What do I put it? View, remix, edit, release. Well, oh, no, that's not at all what I want. I want to put it somewhere in something. Like, my home space. Prizes, text, sorting. Can I put my stuff in here? Just as prizes. Like that's all I can put here. search my stuff. This is all media molecule stuff. Like, none of it's actually my stuff, like the thing that I just made. That's the only thing. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna turn these off here. And my battery's dying on this. Righty. Well, it does it for another day of Allcreator Live. I hope you guys all enjoyed watching, because my head hurts. And I'm very hungry. I've only eaten a bowl of corn all day, and it's 9 o'clock where I'm at. 9 o'clock at night, and I woke up at like 8 o'clock. Wow. Oh, man. Well, I look forward to learning more about this game and how to actually make levels and stuff. But at the moment, it's gonna be a very slow going because I'm not like genius here. But I do what I can. Alright, everybody. Talk to you all later. Bye.